The city breathes at night, in a way it never quite manages during the day. In the autumn of 1858, Manhattan exhales slowly, its cobblestone streets cooling beneath a sky streaked with the last amber threads of a fading season. Gas lamps flicker along East 20th Street, casting long, wavering shadows across the brownstone facades of a neighborhood that carries itself with quiet, inherited confidence. This is Gramercy, one of New York's more distinguished quarters, where the houses are wide and the parlors are warm, and the families inside them have long since learned the particular art of comfortable living. And it is here, in a four-story brownstone at number 28, that a child is born on the 27th of October, a child who will one day remake the very idea of what a man and what a nation can be. Theodore Roosevelt arrived into a world of wealth and privilege, but the body that housed his ferocious curiosity was, from the beginning, treacherous. As a sickly, asthmatic boy who spent his nights gasping for air, he was given a loving challenge by his father. You have the mind, but you do not have the body. You must make the body. It was a commission he accepted with lifelong ferocity. He lifted, strained, and worked until his physical limitations narrowed, building a reconstituted capacity for engagement that would define his entire existence. This audiobook explores a life lived at a relentless, breathtaking pace. You will follow his transformation from a vulnerable youth into a bold New York assemblyman, and witness the profound darkness that settled over him when his mother and his young wife, Alice, died in the same house on the exact same day. You will journey with him to the severe, elemental landscape of the Dakota Badlands, where he chose to metabolize his grief through the clean exhaustion of hard labor, cowboy lifestyle, and wilderness survival. You will witness his return east to confront rampant corruption as a midnight patrolling New York City police commissioner and a reformer within the federal civil service. You will stand beside him during his crowded hour in the Spanish-American War, from his strategic foresight as Assistant Secretary of the Navy to his legendary cavalry charge up Kettle Hill with the volunteer Rough Riders. You will trace his sudden, accidental elevation to the presidency following the tragic assassination of William McKinley, where, as the youngest president in American history, he fundamentally transformed the office. He deals squarely with the American people as a relentless trustbuster, intervened in historic labor strikes, secured the route for the Panama Canal, and executed a sweeping conservation crusade that protected 230 million acres of public land. Finally, you will witness his turbulent later years, from his explosive third-party Bull Moose rebellion to a perilous, near-fatal scientific expedition down an uncharted river in the Amazon rainforest. This is the definitive story of a soldier, naturalist, reformer, and global statesman who shaped the dawn of the American century. Welcome to Theodore Roosevelt, the Boundless Spirit. Chapter 1. The Crucible of Youth, 1858 to 1880. The city breathes at night, in a way it never quite manages during the day. In the autumn of 1858, Manhattan exhales slowly, its cobblestone streets cooling beneath a sky streaked with the last amber threads of a fading season. Gas lamps flicker along East 20th Street, casting long, wavering shadows across the brownstone facades of a neighborhood that carries itself with quiet, inherited confidence. This is Gramercy, one of New York's more distinguished quarters, where the houses are wide and the parlors are warm, and the families inside them have long since learned the particular art of comfortable living. And it is here, in a four-story brownstone at number 28, that a child is born on the 27th of October, a child who will one day remake the very idea of what a man and what a nation can be. Theodore Roosevelt arrives into a world of velvet curtains and mahogany bookshelves, of silver tea services, and the low murmur of cultivated conversation. His father, Theodore Roosevelt Sr., is a man of extraordinary character, merchant, philanthropist, one of those rare individuals whose goodness seems to radiate outward without effort or affectation. Those who know him speak of him the way people speak of landmarks, as something permanent, something orienting. His mother, Martha Bullock Roosevelt, is a southern woman of deep beauty and warmer feeling, raised in Georgia among magnolias and long afternoons. And she carries that softness into the Roosevelt household like a fragrance that never quite dissipates. Together they create a home that is, by almost any measure, a privileged one, and yet it is not a cold home, not a formal one. It is a home full of laughter and curiosity, of children sprawling across rugs with books, of a father who believes that comfort is no excuse for the absence of purpose. Theodore is the second of 4 children, and from his earliest hours there is something about him that catches the attention of those nearby. Not beauty precisely, not the easy grace of a child born simply to be admired, but rather an intensity, a restlessness, as though even in infancy he is already straining against the ordinary dimensions of a day. His eyes, when they settle on something, settle hard. When he discovers a thing, he does not merely observe it. He seizes it. He turns it over and over, pressing it for everything it contains. But the body that houses all this ferocious curiosity is, from the beginning, treacherous. He is perhaps 2 years old when the first episodes come. Those gasping, terrible nights when his lungs seem to forget their purpose, when the air that fills every other room in that warm brownstone refuses to enter him in sufficient quantity. And the boy who will one day charge up a Cuban hillside on horseback lies propped upright in his bed, fighting simply to breathe. Asthma, in this era, is not well understood. It cannot be reliably treated. It arrives without warning, and departs without apology, and in between those arrivals it casts a shadow over everything, over the planning of days, over the making of promises, over the simple confidence that tomorrow will be like today. For young Theodore, it is a constant companion of the worst kind, present enough to shape his life, unpredictable enough to never be forgotten. His parents respond with everything available to them. His father loads him into a carriage in the small hours of the night, and drives him through the cold Manhattan air, the theory being, and it is not entirely wrong, that the brisk movement stirs the atmosphere, delivers something cleaner to laboring lungs. And so the boy grows familiar with New York, in its nocturnal character, with the city's sleeping faces and its empty avenues, with the particular quality of silence that descends on a place still learning how large it intends to become. There is something almost ceremonial about these drives, father and son together in the darkness, the horse's breath clouding white against the night, the city sliding past in gaslit fragments. And though they are born of desperation, they carry within them something that Theodore will carry all his life, the sense that difficulty, met directly, can become its own kind of education. He is a sickly child, in other ways too. Stomach ailments visit him with depressing regularity. He is nearsighted to a degree that, uncorrected, makes the natural world a soft blur of shapes and suggestions rather than a sharp, detailed thing. For a boy who wants nothing more than to catalogue the world, to name it, classify it, know it in its particulars, this is a particular cruelty. The glasses that eventually correct his vision will become, in time, one of his most recognized features, but in these early years, his sight is simply another thing he must navigate around, another limitation pressing in from all sides. And yet, and this is perhaps the central fact of Theodore Roosevelt's childhood, he does not accept limitation. He does not settle into it the way that others might, does not arrange himself comfortably within the dimensions his body has assigned him. He fights. He pushes. He does this not with bitterness, not with the grim determination of someone who has resigned himself to combat, but with something closer to genuine eagerness, as though the obstacles themselves are interesting, as though the struggle is a form of discovery no less rich than the discovery of a new species of beetle or a new chapter of a beloved book. And there are books. There are always books. Theodore reads the way other children breathe, constantly, necessarily, with an appetite that seems connected not to leisure but to survival. He reads natural history and adventure narratives, tales of Arctic exploration and African wildlife, the great romantic accounts of men who went into unmapped places and came back with something new to report about the world. He reads David Livingstone and the accounts of the great naturalists. He reads poetry. He reads history. He reads in bed during his asthma attacks, propped against pillows in the small hours, breathing with difficulty and comprehending with absolute ease. The books are not an escape from his condition. They are a parallel world he inhabits with equal intensity, and what he finds there does not make him less interested in the physical world but more so, feeding his hunger for experience with vivid descriptions of all the experiences he cannot yet have. He begins, as a child, to collect. This is perhaps the most revealing thing about him. The instinct not merely to observe the natural world, but to possess pieces of it, to bring them home, to arrange them and name them and understand the relationships between them. He starts with mice. There is, in the family records, the charming and slightly alarming account of a young Theodore arriving home with dead mice he intends to study, depositing them on ice in the family kitchen, and thereby inaugurating what he solemnly refers to as the Roosevelt Museum of Natural History. The cook does not share his enthusiasm. His mother is rather more patient than the situation strictly demands. His father watches all of this with the knowing delight of a man who recognizes something in his son that he cannot quite name but very much admires. The father is, in many respects, the defining figure of Theodore's early life. Theodore Sr. is not a complicated man, but he is a great one, great in the way that requires no announcement, that simply exists as a quality of daily conduct. He works among the poor without condescension. He gives without expectation of return. He is physically imposing and morally serene, and his son looks at him with an admiration so complete it borders on religious devotion. Theodore will write about his father in language almost never used by grown men about their parents, language of awe, of gratitude, of a son who understands that he has been given something rare and knows it. When Theodore Sr. dies, years from now, while Theodore is still in his 20s, the loss will be one of the great organizing tragedies of his life. But that is later. Here, now, the father is alive and present and enormous, and the boy who cannot breathe draws strength from him the way plants draw it from light. When Theodore is about 7 years old, his father does something that will change everything. He looks at his son, this brilliant, fragile, gasping, furious boy, and he says words that Theodore will remember precisely for the rest of his life. You have the mind, but you do not have the body. You must make the body. It is a statement of such directness, such loving challenge, that it lands in the boy not as criticism but as commission. He is being asked to become something. He is being given a project whose subject is himself, whose material is his own struggling, inadequate flesh. The response is immediate. A gymnasium is installed on the second-floor piazza of the Roosevelt home, simple equipment by the standards of later sporting establishments, but sufficient for the purposes of a determined boy. Horizontal bars, parallel bars, dumbbells, the basic machinery of physical transformation. And Theodore begins. He does not begin gracefully. He begins the way he does most things, with a ferocity that outstrips his ability, with a willingness to be bad at something in the early stages, because he is entirely committed to being good at it in the later ones. He lifts and pulls and strains. He works until his arms tremble, and his lungs, those perpetually unreliable lungs, protest in their accustomed way. He keeps going anyway. This is the habit that will define him. Not talent. Not natural endowment. The habit of continuing past the point where continuation seems reasonable. The discovery that the body has more capacity than it initially reports. That the initial signal to stop is not a fact, but a question to which the answer can be no. Theodore learns this as a child, learns it in that second-floor gymnasium while the city moves outside the windows and the gas lamps come on in the early evenings, and he never unlearns it. It becomes, in a sense, his philosophy, not yet articulated, not yet given the name he will later give it, but fully formed as a practice long before it becomes a principle. The family travels. This is what prosperous families do in this period, and the Roosevelts are no exception. But their travels, under the father's influence, always carry some educational freight. In 1869 and 1870, they journey to Europe for a year, a grand tour that lodges young Theodore in a series of very different rooms and subjects him to a series of very different weathers and peoples. He is 11 years old and already incapable of casual observation. He notes everything. He writes in a diary with the seriousness of a field naturalist, recording not just what he sees, but what he thinks about what he sees, already developing that characteristic Roosevelt habit of processing experience through layers of reflection before returning it to the world as opinion. He is not, on this trip, entirely well. The asthma follows him across the Atlantic with its customary fidelity. But he walks everywhere. He climbs. He insists on seeing things that require physical effort to reach, and when his body objects, and it objects often, he negotiates with it until it agrees to continue. This is not courage in the dramatic sense. It is something quieter, and in its way more impressive. The daily undramatic decision to be more than your limitations suggest. They travel again in 1872 and 1873, this time to Egypt and the Near East. Theodore is 13 now, and the Nile Valley opens before him like a chapter from the natural history books he has been reading his entire life. He is electrified. He hauls his notebook everywhere, recording the birds of the Nile with the precision of someone who has been studying ornithology for years, because he has been. He has a taxidermy kit. He shoots specimens, prepares them, labels them with the seriousness of a professional scientist, and mails them back to the United States, where the Smithsonian Institution will eventually receive some of his boyhood collections as genuine contributions to the scientific record. This is worth pausing on. He is 13 years old. He is sending scientifically prepared specimens to the Smithsonian. The asthmatic boy from East 20th Street is, by early adolescence, functioning as a working naturalist, conducting field research in Egypt with a competence that embarrasses the notion that he is simply a child on holiday. The summers, during these years, are spent at Oyster Bay on Long Island, where the Roosevelt family maintains a summer home, and where Theodore discovers what will become his lifelong relationship with the outdoors. Oyster Bay is not wilderness. It is New York's polite countryside, well-mannered and accessible, but for a boy with Theodore's hunger, it is more than sufficient. He rows. He swims in cold water. He runs along the shore. He collects birds and insects, and small mammals with undiminished enthusiasm. He climbs trees. He is, in the open air of Long Island, something close to happy, in a way that is uncomplicated and pure, the kind of happiness that does not require explanation or justification, that is simply the feeling of a body moving freely through space. The asthma does not disappear. It never entirely disappears. But something shifts, slowly, through all this effort, all this swimming and climbing and lifting and rowing. The attacks become less frequent. The body, which has been treated as a project, begins to return on that investment. Theodore is not cured, there is no cure, and the attacks will visit him throughout his life, but he is stronger. The gap between what his body can do and what he demands of it narrows month by month, year by year, through sheer accumulated insistence. He is, by his mid-teens, a young man of unusual intensity. Those who encounter him in these years tend to remember him vividly, which is itself significant. Most adolescents, even bright ones, fade a bit in memory, blend together with the general texture of youth. Theodore does not blend. He talks rapidly and with great enthusiasm about everything that interests him, which is nearly everything. He argues. He declaims. He quotes at length from books he has read. He is exhausting in precisely the way that extraordinarily energetic minds are exhausting. Not maliciously, not self-servingly, but simply because they are operating at a frequency that most people find difficult to sustain for extended periods. He reads voraciously and with astonishing retention. He can recite long passages from memory. He debates with himself as much as with others, running arguments through their paces to see where they lead, a habit of rigorous internal dialogue that will serve him well in the years of political combat to come. He writes constantly, journals, nature notes, letters of elaborate and careful construction. The writing is good. Not polished, not yet refined to the quality it will later achieve, but good in the fundamental sense, clear, direct, alive with the specificity of a mind that notices details and cares about getting them right. He is also beginning to care about things beyond the natural world. History engages him deeply, particularly American history, particularly the narratives of the founders, and the great questions of national character that those narratives raise. He reads naval history with specific passion. He is developing the intellectual range that will make him, in later years, one of the most genuinely learned men to occupy the American presidency. Not learned in the narrow, specialized sense of the academic, but learned in the old humanist sense, acquainted with the full sweep of human endeavor across time and culture. In the autumn of 1876, Theodore Roosevelt arrives at Harvard College. He is 17 years old. He is compact and well-built, though still slightly slight by the standards of the young men around him who have not had to earn every pound of their physical condition. He wears glasses. He speaks with a rapidity and force that can startle people who are not prepared for it. He is enormously self-confident without being arrogant. There is a distinction, and Theodore navigates it with some success, driven not by the desire to dominate others, but simply by the genuine conviction, earned through years of difficulty, that he is capable of whatever he sets his mind to. Cambridge in 1876 is a particular kind of place, genteel, tradition-conscious, shaped by the accumulated gravity of more than 2 centuries of New England intellectual life. Harvard has its hierarchies, its social rituals, its unspoken codes governing who matters and in what ways. Theodore enters this world without particular anxiety about it. He is a New York boy of good family and excellent education. And while he is not precisely the model of what Harvard expects, too loud, too eager, too uninterested in affecting the cultivated boredom that serves as social currency in certain Cambridge circles, he finds his footing quickly. He studies natural history, because that is where his passion has always been. He takes his courses with the seriousness of someone who is genuinely interested in the material, not merely in the credential. He reads far beyond the assigned texts. He attends lectures with the focused attention of a man taking notes, not because he must, but because he cannot bear to miss anything. He is, by the testimony of his professors, an exceptional student, not because he is always the most technically rigorous, but because he brings to his studies a quality of genuine enthusiasm that makes the material seem alive in ways it sometimes fails to seem when filtered through the cautious neutrality of conventional academic instruction. He also boxes. This is important. Boxing at Harvard is not the pursuit of the genteel majority, but Theodore takes it up with the same deliberateness he has applied to every physical challenge since that second-floor gymnasium on East 20th Street. He is not a natural fighter. His reach is modest, his frame not ideally suited to the sport. But he is quick. He is aggressive in the way of someone who has never accepted that losing is the inevitable outcome, and he develops a reputation in the college boxing rooms that is slightly at odds with his image as a passionate naturalist and voracious reader. He is both, fully and simultaneously, and the combination confuses some of his peers and delights others. He rows. He rides horses. He hikes. He swims. He is assembling, through these years, a body that can carry the ambitions of the mind it houses. Not a perfect body, not an athlete's body in the conventional sense, but a body that has been worked on, that has been argued with, and pushed and gradually persuaded to be more than it initially agreed to. Socially, he thrives. He joins clubs, the Porcellian eventually one of Harvard's most exclusive social organizations, and acquires the friendships that well-placed young men acquire at such institutions. But he is not merely a social creature. He retreats regularly into his reading, into his specimen collections, into the long rambling walks he takes through the Cambridge countryside in pursuit of birds and whatever else the New England landscape has to offer. He is simultaneously gregarious and solitary, needing people intensely and needing to be alone with his thoughts with equal intensity, a combination that will characterize him his entire life and make him occasionally difficult to fully know. He is also, in these Harvard years, falling in love. Her name is Alice Lee, Alice Hathaway Lee of Chestnut Hill, a young woman of beauty and social grace whose appeal to Theodore is immediate and absolute. He pursues her with the same total commitment he brings to everything, which is to say, with a persistence that might, in different circumstances, seem alarming, but which Alice ultimately receives as the evidence of genuine feeling that it is. She says yes. They become engaged. Theodore, at 19 and 20, carries the luminous, slightly dazed quality of a young man who cannot believe his good fortune, who has somehow been granted what he wanted most in a world that has previously given him his most important things only after extended combat. He is also, in these same years, writing a book. Not an outline, not a series of notes, but an actual book. A history of the Naval War of 1812, researched with the thoroughness of a professional historian, written with the ambition of someone who believes he has something specific and original to add to the record. He works on it in the evenings after his coursework, in the gaps between social engagements and boxing practice, and long walks in pursuit of natural specimens. The Naval War of 1812 will be published when he is 23, and it will receive serious critical attention, not as a young man's impressive first effort, but as a legitimate contribution to American historical literature. This is Theodore Roosevelt, at 21, standing at the threshold of a life that no one can yet fully imagine. He has survived a childhood that should, by rights, have broken him. He has taken a body that arrived in the world badly suited for the demands he intended to make of it, and through a decade of patient, furious daily effort, remade it into something serviceable. He has educated himself, not just in the formal curriculum of one of the nation's finest universities, but in the immense informal curriculum of a mind that simply cannot pass by anything interesting without stopping to understand it. He has learned to love. He has begun to write. He has learned, in the truest sense, that the limits presented to us in childhood are questions to be answered rather than facts to be accepted. The city still breathes at night, outside the Harvard dormitories. Somewhere to the south, Manhattan goes on being Manhattan. The brownstone on East 20th Street stands. The gaslit streets continue their patient illumination of the ordinary lives being lived along them. But the boy who grew up behind those windows is already, in all the ways that matter, gone, transformed by the crucible of his own making into something new, something that does not yet have a name, but is beginning with every passing year to take on a recognizable shape. The strenuous life is not yet a phrase. It is not yet a speech, or a philosophy, or a public declaration. But it is already a practice, already a lived reality in the body and mind of one young man who has understood, earlier and more completely than almost anyone around him, that what we are given at birth is only the beginning of the conversation, that the rest, the most important part, is what we choose to make of it. Chapter 2. Grief and the Badlands, 1881 to 1886. The autumn of 1881 arrives in New York City with the particular crispness that makes the island feel, briefly, like something manageable. The streets of lower Manhattan hum with commerce and ambition, with the clatter of horseshoes on cobblestone, and the persistent cry of vendors who have learned that the city rewards persistence above almost everything else. Theodore Roosevelt is 23 years old, and he is already restless in the way that only deeply energetic men can be restless. Not unhappily, not frantically, but with a kind of forward-leaning urgency, as though stillness itself is a condition to be overcome. He has married Alice Hathaway Lee the previous year, a woman of such radiant charm and easy grace that their courtship has been the talk of Chestnut Hill society. She is fair-haired and warm, with a laugh that seems to arrive slightly ahead of whatever has caused it, and Theodore loves her with the full force of his considerable emotional capacity. He loves her loudly, demonstratively, in letters that overflow with exclamation points and tender declarations. He is not a man who practices restraint in matters of the heart, and Alice, for her part, seems to find his intensity more delightful than exhausting. Together they have settled into a life that, from the outside, appears to follow the expected contours of a young man of Theodore's social position. He has graduated from Harvard, begun reading law at Columbia, and moved with Alice into the Roosevelt family home on West 57th Street. His mother, Martha, whom everyone calls Mitty, presides over the household with the particular grace of a Southern woman transplanted to New York, still carrying within her voice the soft cadences of Roswell, Georgia, where she was raised. The house is full of life and warmth, of family dinners and spirited conversation, of the kind of domestic security that Theodore has always taken, perhaps without realizing it, as the ground beneath his feet. But law school does not hold him. The study of legal doctrine, with its careful architecture of precedent and procedure, fails to engage the part of him that wants to act, to press forward, to make something happen in the visible world. He attends his classes with diminishing enthusiasm and begins spending his evenings at the Morton Hall Republican Club on East 59th Street, a place that smells of tobacco and ambition in roughly equal measure, where ward politicians and party loyalists gather to argue about the machinery of local governance. His Harvard classmates and his family find this puzzling, even slightly beneath him. Men of his background hire lawyers. They do not become politicians. They certainly do not spend their evenings in smoky rooms with saloon keepers and party bosses. Theodore is unmoved by their skepticism. He has developed, even at this young age, a studied indifference to the opinion of those who counsel caution. He finds the political world not crude, but alive, genuinely usefully alive, in a way that drawing rooms and law libraries are not. The men at Morton Hall are suspicious of him at first. He is slight, bespectacled, clearly educated beyond the local norm, and his voice, when excited, still carries a tendency to rise into registers that undercut his authority. But he shows up. He keeps showing up. He listens more than he speaks in those early months, and when he does speak, he demonstrates a command of the practical details of local governance that surprises men who expected nothing more than patrician platitudes. In the autumn of 1881, the Republican organization nominates him for the New York State Assembly representing the 21st District, a prosperous stretch of Manhattan's Upper East Side. He campaigns with the same physical abandon that characterizes everything he undertakes, walking the district, knocking on doors, speaking at gatherings large and small, projecting a vigor that seems almost excessive for the modest stage of a state legislative race. He wins easily. He is 23 years old when he takes his seat in Albany, the youngest member of the New York State Assembly, and he arrives there with the boundless self-confidence of a man who has not yet learned, in any permanent or lasting way, what it feels like to lose. Albany in the early 1880s is a city that wears its corruption without apology. The state legislature operates according to rhythms and relationships that have little to do with the public good, and a great deal to do with the private interests of railroads, utilities, and the political machines that serve them. Legislation is bought and sold with a frankness that shocks the occasional reformer, but reassures the regulars, who have long since made peace with the distance between the world as it is and the world as it is described in civics textbooks. Theodore arrives in this environment and finds, to no one's greater surprise than his own, that it makes him furious. He begins attending sessions with a notebook, recording the proceedings in his precise hand, tracking the votes and the patterns of accommodation that reveal where the real power lies. He identifies a judge named T.R. Westbrook who appears to have colluded with Jay Gould in a matter involving the Manhattan Elevated Railway, a transaction that has the appearance of legal corruption so brazen that Theodore cannot understand why no one has said so plainly and loudly on the floor of the assembly. So he does. He stands up and says so. He calls for an investigation. His fellow legislators look at him with the mixture of amusement and mild alarm that experienced men reserve for the sincerely naive. But the newspapers pick up the story, and the newspapers give it legs. And Theodore Roosevelt discovers for the first time the peculiar leverage that a politician can achieve by saying in public what everyone knows privately to be true. He does not succeed in removing Westbrook. The investigation produces more noise than consequence. But Theodore has learned something more durable than a single legislative victory. He has learned that the machinery of public life responds to pressure, that exposure itself is a form of power, and that a man willing to absorb the social discomfort of being thought a troublemaker can accomplish things that more tactful men cannot. He files this understanding away and continues. Alice comes to Albany when she can. She sits in the gallery and watches her husband hold forth on the floor below, his voice rising and his gestures quickening as the argument takes hold of him. And she seems to find the spectacle both admirable and slightly comic, which is perhaps exactly the right response. They are genuinely happy in these years. The letters they exchange when apart are warm and playful, and full of the easy shorthand of a young marriage still discovering its own language. Theodore calls her his own little wife, and signs his letters with the extravagant affection of a man who is not embarrassed by tenderness. She is the still point of his turning world. He serves 3 terms in the assembly, each more effective than the last. He builds alliances, learns the mechanics of floor debate, develops the ability to read a room, and calibrate his energy accordingly. He champions civil service reform, opposes the cozy arrangements between legislative committees and corporate interests, and earns a reputation as someone whose support is worth having and whose opposition is worth fearing, a rare combination in any legislative body. He is still young, still sometimes erratic in his judgments, still prone to the kind of theatrical indignation that experienced politicians learn to perform rather than feel. But there is something underneath the performance that is entirely genuine, and the men who work alongside him sense it even when they find him difficult. By the winter of 1883, Alice is expecting their first child. Theodore receives the news with characteristic exuberance. He cannot contain his happiness and does not try. He writes to friends and family in terms that suggest the impending birth is an event of world historical significance, which for him, in the private geography of his emotional life, it very nearly is. He spends the early months of 1884 in Albany, while Alice remains in New York, and they exchange letters across the distance with the confident affection of people who expect to have a great deal of time for one another. February 11th, 1884, begins as an ordinary day in the assembly. Theodore is on the floor conducting business, engaged in the detailed procedural work that has become as familiar to him as breathing. Then a telegram arrives. The baby has been born, a daughter, healthy, everything is well. He exhales with relief. And then, hours later, a second message arrives, and its brevity is the thing that frightens him before his mind has fully processed its contents. He is needed at home immediately. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. He leaves Albany and makes the journey back to New York through the February dark, and the train ride is the kind of suspended time that exists between learning that something terrible has happened and learning exactly what it is, a liminal space where the worst possibilities press against the mind but have not yet taken on the specific weight of confirmed fact. He arrives at the house on West 57th Street and climbs the stairs, and what he finds there is not one grief but 2 braided together in a cruelty so acute that it seems almost designed. His mother, Mitty, has died of typhoid fever. She is 48 years old. She has been ill, but no one fully understood how ill. She died earlier that day, in the same house where her son is now standing, in the same hours that his daughter was being born. And upstairs, in another room, his wife Alice is dying. She has contracted Bright's disease, a severe kidney condition that has been masked during her pregnancy and has now advanced beyond recovery. She is 22 years old. She has been conscious enough to hold their daughter, and now she is fading. Theodore goes to her. He sits with her through what remains of that night, and into the next day, holding her as her body gives out, watching the light leave someone he has loved with the full and uncomplicated force of his nature. She dies in his arms on February 14th, Valentine's Day, in the early afternoon, 11 hours after his mother died in the floor below. In his diary that night, Theodore draws a large black X and writes 4 words beneath it. "The light has gone out of my life." He does not write much more than that. He is not, in this moment, a man who can find language adequate to what has happened, and he knows it, and so he stops trying. The diary that has recorded his days with such meticulous energy goes almost silent. He attends his mother's funeral and his wife's funeral in the same week, in the same church, standing in the pew with the rigid control of a man who has decided that falling apart is not among his options. He hands his infant daughter, named Alice for her mother, to his sister Bamie to raise, a decision that will pain him in later years, though in this moment he cannot imagine caring for a child while the floor of his life has dropped away beneath him. He returns to Albany because Albany is there, because work is the only countermeasure he knows, because the assembly is in session, and there are bills to debate and votes to be taken, and the public business does not stop for private sorrow. His colleagues give him the careful, uncertain sympathy of people who do not know what to say, and are quietly relieved when he does not require them to say anything. He throws himself into his work with a violence of effort that frightens some of them and impresses others. He does not speak of Alice. He will not speak of her for years, not to his friends, not even to his children. Her name disappears from his conversation as thoroughly as if she had been erased, which is perhaps the only way he can keep moving forward, by making her a wound too deep to probe. But Albany is not enough. The assembly is not enough. The legislation and the debate and the procedural machinery that has sustained him through 3 terms of public service, none of it reaches far enough into the specific darkness that has settled over him. And he knows by summer that he needs something more radical than work. He needs landscape. He needs distance. He needs a place that bears no resemblance to the rooms where his grief was born. He has been to the Dakota Territory before, briefly, in the autumn of 1883, a hunting trip that struck him with the force of a revelation. The Badlands of the Little Missouri River sit at the western edge of what will eventually become North Dakota, and they are unlike anything in Theodore's prior experience. The landscape there is not beautiful in any conventional sense. It is severe, almost hallucinatory, a terrain of eroded buttes and coulees carved by ancient water into shapes that suggest violence preserved in stone. The sky is enormous. The grass runs on for distances that defeat the eye. The wind is constant and indifferent. It is the kind of place that does not accommodate self-pity, because the land itself is too overwhelming, too elemental, too purely indifferent to human suffering to leave room for it. He is already invested in a cattle ranch there, the Maltese Cross, on that first trip. Now, in the summer of 1884, he returns not as a visitor but as something closer to a refugee. He has arranged for a second ranch to be established further up the river, the Elkhorn, a place so remote that it suits perfectly his need to be somewhere that has not heard of him, somewhere that does not offer the careful sympathy of people who know what he has lost. The Badlands receive him without ceremony. The ranchers and cowboys who work this country are not inclined towards sentiment or elaborate welcome, and Theodore, who arrives among them still carrying the visible marks of his Eastern education. The eyeglasses, the tailored clothes, the vocabulary that occasionally escapes into registers unfamiliar to men who have spent their lives outdoors, is regarded with a skepticism that is frank without being unfriendly. He is given the nickname Four Eyes almost immediately, which he accepts without complaint, understanding instinctively that the acceptance is part of the price of admission. He works. He works with the same consuming intensity that has characterized everything he has ever done. But here the work is physical in a way that Albany never was, that Harvard never was, that the sheltered prosperity of his New York upbringing never required of him. He learns to ride with competence, then with ease. He learns to rope cattle, to read weather, to navigate by landmarks in a landscape that offers no street signs and no familiar comforts. He rides for hours across terrain that tests his stamina and his horsemanship and his attention simultaneously. And the riding is good for him in ways he cannot fully articulate but can feel, a steady drainage of the particular tension that grief accumulates in the body, replaced by the clean exhaustion of genuine physical effort. He wakes before dawn in the Elkhorn Ranch House, a comfortable structure of hewn logs situated on a wooded bend of the Little Missouri, and the mornings there have a quality that he will remember for the rest of his life. The air is cold and clean. The river moves past with its low, persistent sound. The cottonwoods along the bank catch the first light in a way that makes the leaves seem to pulse with something. He drinks his coffee standing on the porch, watching the landscape wake up. And the silence is not the silence of absence, but the silence of a world that is fully occupied with its own business and simply does not need his participation to continue. He hunts extensively through these months and years. The hunting is partly practical. Meat for the ranch, hides worth selling, but it is also something else, something harder to name. The focus that hunting requires, the sustained attention and physical stillness followed by explosive action, seems to organize his mind in ways that ordinary thought cannot. He pursues elk and deer and pronghorn across country that demands everything he has, and he keeps pushing further, riding harder, staying out longer than the hired hands think sensible, as though the extremity of the effort is itself the point. He also reads. He has carried books into the Badlands, histories, natural histories, poetry, the novels of the writers he loves, and he reads them by lamplight after the work of the day is done, sitting at the rough table in the Elkhorn while the river sounds through the walls. He takes notes. He begins slowly to write, not the diary entries of his earlier years, not letters, but something more sustained, more considered. He is working on a book about the Little Missouri country and the life being lived there, observing the landscape with the same precision he has always brought to the natural world, finding in the act of description a way of organizing his perception that helps to order the chaos underneath. The men he works alongside begin to revise their first impressions of him. He is not, they discover, what they initially assumed. He works without complaint in conditions that have discouraged hardier-looking men. He does not ask for special treatment and does not expect it. He is scrupulously fair in his dealings, pays his debts on time, and keeps his word in the small daily matters where character is actually revealed. When a confrontation is unavoidable, he does not back down from it. There is an evening in a Mingus saloon. The specific details have accumulated legend in the years since, when a drunk man waves a pistol and calls Theodore Four Eyes with a contempt intended to provoke. The room goes still. Theodore looks at the man with the calm attention of someone who has decided how this will end and is simply waiting for the geometry to present itself. And then he hits him, once, twice, a third time, with a speed and efficiency that surprises everyone in the room, including, perhaps, Theodore himself. The drunk man falls. Theodore steps over him and resumes his evening. Word travels through the Badlands with the particular speed that interesting stories achieve in isolated communities, and after that night, he is regarded with a slightly different quality of respect. The winters in the Badlands are severe, in a way that the word severe does not quite prepare you for. The temperature drops to 40 below and stays there. The blizzards arrive without adequate warning and last for days, covering the range in drifts that bury cattle alive and eliminate landmarks that experienced men have been navigating by for years. Theodore endures these winters without complaint, and the endurance is not performance but something genuine, a discovery that he is capable of physical suffering on a scale he had not previously tested, and that the discovery is perversely comforting. He is harder than he knew. The grief has not made him smaller. There is a particular episode in the spring of 1886 that illuminates something essential about who Theodore Roosevelt is becoming in these Dakota years. 3 outlaws steal a boat from the Elkhorn Ranch, a significant loss in a river country where boats are not easily replaced. The practical response, the response most ranchers in his position would choose, is to absorb the loss and move on. But Theodore cannot let it go. He has 2 of his ranch hands build a new boat, and then he sets off down the frozen river in pursuit of the thieves, in weather that makes the journey genuinely dangerous. He travels for 3 days through temperatures that hover near zero, sleeping on the bank, eating sparingly, covering ground that the thieves apparently believed no one would cross in such conditions. He catches them. He holds them at gunpoint for nearly 2 days while waiting for conditions to allow transport to the nearest jail, reading Anna Karenina in the intervals between watches to keep his mind from seizing up in the cold. He delivers the thieves to the authorities himself. He does not delegate this. He does not hand the problem to someone else at the difficult juncture. He sees it through from the theft to the jail cell, in conditions that would have defeated many men, because his sense of what a man is obliged to do admits no comfortable shortcuts. This is not only stubbornness. It is a principle he is working out in the Badlands, in the cold and the distance, about the relationship between effort and character, about what a man owes to his own sense of himself. He is changing in these years. The transformation is not sudden, and it is not simple. But by the time he begins to think seriously about returning east, about re-entering the political world that his grief drove him out of, he is not the same man who arrived. He is heavier, literally, physically, his shoulders thicker, his face weathered in ways that the portraits from his Albany years do not anticipate. But the change runs deeper than that. He has learned something about solitude, about the relationship between landscape and the inner life, about the way that extremity, physical extremity, the genuine discomfort of hard weather and hard work, can clear the mind of accumulations that have no business being there. He has learned that grief does not dissolve in time alone, but that it can be metabolized by action, absorbed into the body through physical effort and released there slowly over the span of seasons. He is not finished grieving. He will carry Alice with him in the wordless way that he has chosen, the grief sealed rather than healed, a permanent pressure behind everything he will do for the rest of his life. Men who know him well, in his later years, will observe that there is an engine running in him that seems not to require the fuel of ordinary motivation, as though he is working always towards something slightly beyond the visible horizon, driven by a force that predates and exceeds any particular political ambition. Some of them will understand that this force has a name, and that its name is loss, and that the loss was so complete and so early that it became not an obstacle to his life's work, but one of its primary sources of energy. The Badlands will eventually be dealt a catastrophe of their own. The winter of 1886 and 1887, the winter that ranchers and old-timers will call the Big Die-Up for decades afterward, arrives with a ferocity that wipes out a significant portion of the cattle on the northern range. Theodore loses between 60 and 65% of his herd. The financial damage is serious, nearly ruinous. The Elkhorn Ranch will not recover its earlier productivity. But by that point, Theodore has already begun the process of disengagement, already begun to feel the pull of the East and the political world, and the larger stage that his temperament has always required. He stands at the Elkhorn in the late autumn of 1886, watching the river move past in its low, unhurried way. And there is something in his posture, in the way he holds himself against the wind that comes off the water, that belongs to this place in a manner no other place will ever quite replicate. He has not found peace here exactly. Peace may not be the right word for what a man like Theodore Roosevelt requires or achieves. He has found something more useful than peace, a reconstituted capacity for engagement, a restored willingness to turn toward the world with all the force and velocity his nature allows. The Badlands have given him what he came for. Not the erasure of what he lost, but the terms on which he can continue. He rides out across the range one last time in the way that men say goodbye to landscapes. Not with words which would embarrass him, but with attention, with the sustained and deliberate noticing that is Theodore Roosevelt's most characteristic form of love. The buttes stand against the sky, in their ancient and different beauty. The river runs. The wind moves through the cottonwoods with that sound he will hear for the rest of his life in the back of whatever room he happens to be in, whatever office or ceremony or crowded hall, the quiet, steady, irreplaceable sound of a world that asked nothing of him except his full presence and received it. He turns his horse east. There is work to be done. Chapter 3. The Reformer of New York, 1887 to 1897. The train moves east through the autumn of 1887, cutting across the wide plains of the Dakotas, threading through the quiet towns of the Midwest, rolling steadily toward a world that Theodore Roosevelt left behind nearly 3 years ago. He sits by the window, watching the landscape change, the open sky shrinking, the horizon growing more crowded, the wilderness giving way to the first suggestions of civilization. He is 29 years old. His face is browned by the sun and wind of the Badlands. His hands are calloused. His shoulders have filled out in ways that the young New York assemblyman of 1884 could never have predicted. The boy who fled grief and disappointment has become somewhere out there on the high plains, something harder and more durable. But he is returning now, and New York, with all its noise and machinery and corruption and ambition, is waiting. He does not return broken. That is the first thing anyone who knew the earlier Theodore would notice. The Theodore Roosevelt, who steps off the train in New York City in the autumn of 1887, carries himself with a different kind of gravity. The nervous energy is still there. It will always be there, but it is no longer scattered. It has been forged. The grief of losing his mother and his first wife, Alice Lee, on the same devastating February day in 1884, is not gone. It will never be entirely gone. But it has been absorbed into the marrow of the man, transmuted into something that drives him forward rather than pulling him under. He returns to Sagamore Hill, the rambling, many-gabled house he had commissioned on the bluffs of Oyster Bay, on the north shore of Long Island. He had planned the house during the last sweet months of his first marriage, filled it with the trophies and books and mounted heads that tell the story of a life already extraordinarily lived. Now he comes to it as a widower, as a father. Little Alice, his daughter by Alice Lee, is already 3 years old, being raised in the warmth of his sister Bammy's household, and as a man uncertain for the first time in a long while what the next chapter of his life is meant to look like. He writes. He has always written. The Badlands years had not interrupted his literary productivity so much as they had deepened it. He is working now on what will become a multi-volume history, his study of the Western frontier and its meaning for the American character. He rides. He hunts. He manages Sagamore Hill with the same restless attention he brings to everything. He corresponds with Henry Cabot Lodge, his closest political ally in Washington, trading letters about the Republican Party and the state of the nation, and the particular species of mediocrity that seems to both men to be spreading through American public life like a slow rot. And then, quietly, something else begins to stir. Her name is Edith Kermit Caro. She has known Theodore Roosevelt since childhood. They grew up together, practically, in the way that the interlocking social worlds of old New York Protestant families arranged such things. She is dark-haired, composed, possessed of an inner stillness that is, in many ways, everything that Theodore is not. She reads widely. She holds strong opinions and expresses them without theatrics. She is not easily dazzled, and she is not, by any measure, easily managed. There had been something between them years before Alice Lee entered the picture, some early attachment that was set aside, outgrown, or simply overtaken by circumstance. But circumstance, as it so often does, has circled back. They become engaged quietly, in November of 1885, though the engagement is kept private. Theodore is cautious, perhaps self-conscious about the propriety of remarrying, aware that the public mythology of his grief is still very much alive. They marry on December 2, 1886, in London, a small ceremony in a gray December city, and they return to Sagamore Hill together as husband and wife. Edith will become, in every meaningful sense, the steady anchor of the Roosevelt household for the next 3.5 decades. She manages the finances that Theodore, with his magnificent indifference to the practical realities of money, would otherwise cheerfully wreck. She raises the children, 5 more will follow, Edith's own children, with a warmth and a structure that gives the Roosevelt household its remarkable quality of being simultaneously chaotic and deeply loved. But it is not domesticity that calls Theodore Roosevelt back into public life. It is, as always, the conviction that something is wrong, and that he is among the few people willing to say so clearly and to act. The Republican Party, in the late 1880s, is a complicated institution. It is the party of Lincoln, yes, of emancipation and union, and the extraordinary moral crucible of the Civil War. But it is also, by the time Theodore Roosevelt re-enters its machinery, the party of the spoils system, of patronage networks so thick and tangled that they have become almost indistinguishable from the government itself. The federal bureaucracy in these years is not a meritocracy. It is a reward structure. Men are appointed to positions not because they are competent or honest, but because they have been useful to the right people, have canvassed in the right districts, have contributed to the right campaigns. The machinery grinds on, and the country, Theodore believes, pays the price. In 1889, President Benjamin Harrison appoints Theodore Roosevelt to the United States Civil Service Commission. It is not a glamorous posting. Most men appointed to such bodies treat them as honorifics, as comfortable sinecures from which they can draw a salary and generate as little friction as possible. Theodore Roosevelt treats it as a theater of war. He arrives in Washington in the spring of 1889 with the same quality of attention he brought to the Dakota Range. Total, consuming, almost alarming in its intensity. He reads everything. He questions everyone. He pushes immediately against the comfortable arrangements that have allowed the civil service to operate as an extension of political patronage rather than as a functioning institution of government. The Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act of 1883 had created the framework for a merit-based federal employment system, but the Act's provisions were widely ignored, selectively enforced, and generally regarded by both parties as a technicality to be managed rather than a principle to be honored. Theodore does not manage it. He enforces it. The first collision comes almost immediately. There are postmasters in Indiana and Baltimore who have been using their positions to extract political assessments from federal employees. That is, requiring workers to contribute to party coffers as a condition of keeping their jobs. It is a practice so normalized in these years that the men doing it have stopped even bothering to be subtle about it. Theodore investigates personally. He gathers evidence. He writes reports that are detailed, thorough, and forensically precise. He names names. And then he takes the findings to the press. This is the move that Washington doesn't quite expect. The Civil Service Commission is supposed to be a quiet body. It is supposed to produce documents that live in filing cabinets. Theodore Roosevelt produces documents that live on the front pages of newspapers, and he does so deliberately because he understands something that many of his contemporaries have not yet fully grasped: that public opinion, when properly cultivated and accurately informed, is a form of political power more durable than patronage. The people, if they know what is being done in their name, will be outraged, and outrage, channeled correctly, produces change. He is not universally celebrated for this approach. The Republican establishment, which had expected from Harrison's young appointee a degree of cooperative discretion, finds instead a man constitutionally incapable of cooperative discretion. Party leaders grumble. Postmasters threaten. Senators dispatch letters of complaint. Theodore receives these letters with a combination of amusement and contempt that he does not particularly bother to conceal. He serves on the commission through the Harrison administration, and then, when Grover Cleveland, a Democrat, wins back the presidency in 1892, remains in his post, because Cleveland, whatever his political differences with Roosevelt, shares his commitment to civil service reform, and sees in this ferociously energetic young commissioner an instrument worth keeping. 6 years. Theodore Roosevelt serves on the Civil Service Commission for 6 years, from 1889 to 1895. And in that time he expands the number of positions covered under merit-based hiring, prosecutes violations with a doggedness that makes the commission for the first time genuinely feared, and establishes himself as something new in American political life: a reformer who is also a fighter, a man who wants not merely to improve the system but to force it, through relentless public pressure, to become what it claims to be. He is 36 years old when he comes home. New York City, in the spring of 1895, is a place of extraordinary, turbulent vitality. It is a city of 2 million people, pressing against its own edges, straining upward and outward, building and buying and arriving from every country in the world. The Lower East Side is the densest neighborhood on the planet. The elevated railways run at all hours through noise and smoke and iron rattle. The Tammany Hall machine, that great engine of democratic patronage and ethnic loyalty, controls the politics of the city with a grip so thorough that it has become almost geological, like a layer of stone beneath the street that everything else must rest on. And the police department is a department in open, documented, unembarrassed corruption. The scale of it is breathtaking, even by the generous standards of Gilded Age municipal graft. Officers pay for their appointments. They pay for their promotions. The money flows upward through a hierarchy so well understood that it has its own informal price schedule. A precinct captaincy costs a certain sum. A sergeant's promotion costs another. The right to operate a saloon or a brothel or a gambling house in a particular neighborhood requires a monthly payment to the officer on the beat, and a percentage of that flows upward to the precinct captain, and a portion of that flows higher still. It is a taxation system, essentially, informal, illegal, and so deeply embedded in the culture of the department that most officers have long since stopped regarding it as corruption and simply think of it as the way things work. Theodore Roosevelt is appointed to the New York City Board of Police Commissioners in May of 1895, and he is elected president of the 4-member board within days of taking office. He arrives at police headquarters on Mulberry Street with an energy that the building seems unprepared to contain. Jacob Riis is there that first day. Jacob Riis, the journalist and reformer who had written How the Other Half Lives, who had used photography and prose to expose the grinding misery of tenement life to a reading public that preferred, when possible, not to think about it. Riis will become one of Roosevelt's closest friends and collaborators in these years. They are, in many ways, natural allies. Both men believe that seeing the truth clearly is the first obligation of anyone who wants to change it, and both are constitutionally inclined to go and look rather than to sit and theorize. On those first mornings as commissioner, Theodore Roosevelt does something that no one in his position has thought to do, or at least has bothered to do. He walks the streets of New York at midnight, at 2 in the morning, at 4, in plain clothes, without announcement, to see what the police are actually doing. What he finds is frequently what he suspects. Officers sleeping on stoops. Officers absent from their posts. Officers making their quiet collections from the establishments they are supposed to be regulating. The press learns, naturally, that the president of the police commission is conducting these midnight rambles, and the reporters begin following him. And the midnight walks become a kind of ongoing public theater. Theodore Roosevelt versus the Sleeping Policeman, a morality play performed in the gaslit streets while the city dreams. The publicity is not accidental. Theodore understands, with the same clarity he brought to the Civil Service Commission, that publicity is the reformer's most powerful tool. The corrupt system depends on invisibility. It depends on the general public not looking too closely, on a comfortable social agreement that certain things are simply how they are, and there is no particular point in examining them. Theodore Roosevelt's entire career is, in one sense, a sustained attack on that agreement. He looks. He describes what he sees. He demands that other people look too. The excise law becomes the most dramatic battleground of his tenure. New York state law prohibits the sale of alcohol on Sundays. The law is widely ignored. Practically every saloon in the city continues to operate on Sundays, and has for years, because the police have been collecting regular payments to ensure that the law remains unenforced. The arrangement suits everyone who profits from it, and irritates everyone who doesn't. When Theodore Roosevelt orders the strict enforcement of the Sunday closing law, the reaction from the city is volcanic. The saloon keepers are furious. The immigrants who rely on the saloon as a social institution, as the working class club, the meeting hall, the credit union, the community center of the tenement neighborhoods, are furious. The newspapers are ferociously divided. Some praising Roosevelt's commitment to law and order, others depicting him as a fanatical Puritan imposing a Protestant moral code on a diverse city that did not ask for his theology. A parade is organized to mock him. 10,000 Germans marching through the streets carrying mock beer steins and signs ridiculing the commissioner. Theodore Roosevelt, characteristically, watches the parade from a reviewing stand and finds it enormously amusing. He waves. He grins. He does not yield. His position, articulated repeatedly and with the careful legal precision that his Harvard training makes possible, is not about temperance. He does not particularly care whether New Yorkers drink beer on Sundays. What he cares about is that the law exists, that the law is clear, and that a police department which selects which laws to enforce based on who is paying them is not a police department. It is a criminal enterprise wearing a uniform. If the people of New York want to drink on Sundays, they should persuade the legislature to change the law. Until they do, the law is the law, and the Commissioner of Police of the City of New York is going to enforce it. This is the principle, and it is a genuine principle, not a performance. But there is also the matter of the corrupt network beneath the enforcement question, the deeper issue that the Sunday closing controversy illuminates but does not exhaust. The web of corruption that Thomas Burns, the legendary, powerful, and deeply compromised former chief of the department, had spun over decades runs through every level of the department. Theodore forces Burns out within months of taking office. He works to establish a system of competitive examination for promotions, to reduce the influence of political sponsorship in appointments and assignments, to create at least the beginnings of a department that is accountable to something other than the Tammany machine and its financial interests. He does not fully succeed. He is one voice on a 4-member board, and the political pressures bearing on the city's police apparatus are enormous and persistent. He makes enemies, serious enemies, men with long memories and real power. But he succeeds in shifting the terms of the debate, in establishing that reform is possible, in demonstrating through the sheer force of his public presence that the corruption of the police department is not an immutable feature of city life, but a choice made by individuals who are capable of making different choices, and who will do so when the cost of not doing so becomes high enough. He hires Otto Kraus on merit. He promotes women in clerical roles. He opens the department, in small but legible ways, to talent that the patronage system would have overlooked. He befriends the officers who are genuinely good at their jobs, men who joined the force out of a desire to protect their neighborhoods and found themselves swamped by the prevailing culture of graft, and holds them up as examples of what the department could be. The children of New York know his name. The newspapers have made him famous in a way that the Civil Service Commission, for all its importance, never quite managed. He is the commissioner who walks the midnight streets. He is the man who closed the saloons. He is, depending on which newspaper you read, either the finest public servant the city has seen in a generation, or a well-born eccentric who has appointed himself the moral guardian of a city that didn't ask for his services. He does not seem troubled by the ambiguity. He has never required consensus to sustain his confidence. What he does require, eventually, is a new theater. By the spring of 1897, the police commission has ground down somewhat. The reform coalition that once surrounded him has fractured under political pressure. His position is secure in title, but complicated in practice. And there is, in Washington, a new administration. William McKinley has been elected president, the Republicans are back in power, and Henry Cabot Lodge is whispering in the right ears about what to do with the most energetic man in the Republican Party. The offer comes: Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Theodore Roosevelt is 38 years old in the spring of 1897. He has been a state legislator, a rancher, a biographer, a civil service commissioner, and a police reformer. He is married twice and become a father to 6 children. He has shot grizzly bears in the Rockies and navigated the democratic machinery of Tammany's New York and enforced the merit system against the protests of senators and the indifference of presidents. He has written thousands upon thousands of words, histories, essays, political analyses, natural history observations, with the same ferocious productivity that attends everything he does. He has been preparing, though he would not have named it that, for something larger. The world beyond America's borders is in motion. Spain's grip on its Caribbean colonies is loosening in violence. The United States Navy, which Mann and others have been arguing, must be modernized and expanded if America is to have any meaningful role in the emerging order of the 20th century, sits somewhere between the fleet it was and the fleet it needs to become. The question of what America is, whether it is a nation content to turn inward and manage its own continental house, or whether it is something with larger ambitions and responsibilities in the world, is not yet settled. Theodore Roosevelt has views on this question. He has had them for years. He has expressed them in his writing, in his speeches, in his correspondence with Lodge and Mann, and the small circle of men who share his conviction that the United States is not merely a nation among nations, but the vanguard of a particular kind of civilization, and that this status carries obligations that comfort-seeking men are too willing to ignore. He accepts the appointment. The train that carries him south toward Washington in the spring of 1897 moves through a country transformed from the one he watched from a similar window a decade ago, when grief and failure and the raw impulse toward self-renewal pushed him toward the Badlands. That country is still there, the plains, the sky, the wind over the broken land, but Theodore Roosevelt is not the same man who went looking for himself in it. He found something out there, or he made something, which may be the same thing in the end. He brought it back east, and he tested it in the great grinding machinery of New York politics, and he found that it held. The reformer of New York is going to Washington. And somewhere in the harbor of Havana, though he does not yet know its name, A battleship called the Maine is riding peacefully at anchor. Chapter 4. The Crowded Hour, 1897 to 1898. Washington, in the spring of 1897, carries itself with the particular confidence of a city that knows it sits at the center of something large and still growing. The Capitol dome catches the afternoon light and throws it back in a way that seems almost deliberate, as though the city itself understands its own symbolism and is not above a little theater. The streets are wide and purposeful, laid out by a Frenchman's vision of grandeur and filled now with the daily traffic of a nation that has spent 3 decades rebuilding itself after the catastrophe of civil war, and is beginning tentatively and then less tentatively to look outward, beyond its own borders, beyond the familiar limits of continental ambition, toward the larger world and the question of what role a nation of this size and this energy ought to play in it. Into this city, in April of that year, comes Theodore Roosevelt, 38 years old, broad-shouldered, bristling with barely contained energy, appointed by President William McKinley to the position of Assistant Secretary of the Navy. It is not the most senior position in the administration. It is not, by the conventional measures of political prestige, the kind of appointment that makes front pages or stops conversations at dinner parties. But Theodore has never particularly cared about conventional measures, and he understands something about this particular position that others might miss. The Navy is the instrument through which a nation projects its power beyond its own shores, and the man who shapes the Navy shapes, in a very real sense, the nation's relationship with the rest of the world. He has been thinking about this for years. Since those Harvard evenings when he was writing The Naval War of 1812, since those long hours spent in the serious study of sea power and its relationship to national greatness, Theodore has understood the connection between naval strength and strategic influence with a clarity that is uncommon among men of his generation. Alfred Thayer Mahan's great work on the subject, The Argument that Control of the Seas is the Foundation of National Power, has found in Theodore one of its most devoted readers and most energetic disciples. He does not merely believe Mahan's thesis. He has internalized it, made it part of his thinking about what America is and what it should become. His superior, Secretary of the Navy, John Long, is a decent man, careful, methodical, not inclined toward drama or urgency. He regards his new assistant with a mixture of admiration and mild alarm that never quite resolves into either pure feeling. Theodore is, by almost any standard, more than an assistant secretary. He is more interested in the department's strategic direction than most secretaries. He is more conversant with naval history, naval technology, naval doctrine, and naval personnel than anyone in the building has a right to expect of someone nominally in a supporting role. He works at a pace that seems, to those observing it, slightly faster than the pace at which most human beings are capable of working. He reads everything that comes across his desk, and a great deal that does not. He writes memoranda with the speed and thoroughness of someone dictating to a staff he does not have. He meets with naval officers, with ship designers, with strategists, with anyone who has something useful to contribute to his growing picture of what the American Navy is, what it should be, and what it will need to be if the world continues developing in the direction Theodore believes it is developing. Because Theodore, in the spring of 1897, believes that war is coming. Not immediately, not necessarily with the clarity and certainty of a fixed date on a calendar, but war somewhere, involving American interests and requiring American force, seems to him not a remote possibility, but a probability that responsible men in positions of authority ought to be preparing for, rather than hoping to avoid through the sheer optimism of inattention. This is not a warmongering instinct, though his enemies will sometimes characterize it that way. It is, rather, the instinct of a man who has spent his life reading history and who understands that nations which are unprepared for conflict do not thereby avoid it. They merely meet it at a disadvantage. Cuba, is the immediate subject of his concern. The island, 90 miles off the Florida coast, has been a Spanish colony for nearly 4 centuries, and it is suffering. A brutal insurgency has been underway since 1895, with Cuban rebels fighting for independence against a Spanish colonial administration that has responded with a combination of military force and policies of civilian concentration that have produced conditions of widespread suffering, disease, and death. The stories reaching American newspapers are horrifying. Not merely the natural exaggerations of competitive journalism, though there is some of that, but genuine accounts of human suffering on a scale and proximity that makes it impossible for the American public to simply look away. Theodore does not want to look away. He has never, in any domain of his life, been comfortable with the position of observer when the position of participant was available. And Cuba, as he sees it, is not merely a humanitarian question, but a strategic one. The Spanish Empire's presence in the Caribbean represents a kind of lingering claim on a hemisphere that the Monroe Doctrine has designated for generations as America's own sphere of concern. The empire is rotting. Everyone can see it. The question is not whether it will collapse, but whether America will have the clarity and the courage to shape the terms of that collapse in ways that serve both justice and American interest. He pushes from within the Navy Department with the steady, deliberate pressure of someone who knows that bureaucracies are moved not by single dramatic interventions, but by the consistent application of informed advocacy over time. He works to accelerate ship construction. He argues for increased readiness. He pushes for the kind of strategic positioning that would allow the Navy to act quickly and decisively if events in Cuba or elsewhere require it. He corresponds with naval commanders around the world with an intimacy and frequency that exceeds what anyone might reasonably expect of an assistant secretary. And he begins to think very seriously about a specific contingency. If Spain and the United States go to war, and Theodore is increasingly convinced that this is the direction events are moving, then the Spanish Pacific Fleet, based in the Philippines, will represent a strategic problem that requires immediate solution. The Philippines are a Spanish colony, distant from the Caribbean theater where any conflict will nominally be centered, but the Spanish fleet there is real and capable, and could, if left unaddressed, complicate American naval operations in ways that strategic thinking cannot afford to ignore. Theodore identifies Commodore George Dewey as the man for this task. Dewey is an officer of demonstrated competence, aggressive instinct, and the kind of temperament that can absorb a complex strategic directive and execute it without requiring constant supervision. Theodore begins working with characteristic indirection and characteristic effectiveness to ensure that Dewey is given command of the Asiatic Squadron and that Dewey understands with all necessary clarity what Theodore believes he may be called upon to do. In February 1898, Secretary Long leaves Washington for a day's rest. The decision is routine. The secretary is tired. The department will survive a day without him, and there is nothing on the agenda suggesting any particular urgency. Theodore, left in charge as acting secretary, does not waste the afternoon. He sends a telegram to Dewey. The message is specific, detailed, and fully operational. Dewey is to keep his ships cold and ready. If war with Spain erupts, he is to offensive operations in the Philippines. He is to engage the Spanish fleet and seize the islands. This is not, strictly speaking, within the authority of an acting secretary of the Navy for a single afternoon. Theodore knows this. He sends the telegram anyway. When Secretary Long returns and discovers what has been done, he is, according to his own diary, not entirely pleased. But the orders stand. They stand because they are good orders, because they reflect a strategic clarity that Long, in his heart, probably recognizes, and because Theodore has constructed his case for them with sufficient care that reversing them would require a positive decision to embrace a less prepared position. Months later, on the 1st of May, George Dewey enters Manila Bay before dawn and destroys the Spanish Pacific Fleet in a matter of hours without losing a single American life. It is one of the most complete naval victories in modern history, and it happens in large part because one afternoon in February, an acting Secretary of the Navy who believed in preparation over caution decided that the strategic moment justified the administrative overreach. But by May, Theodore is no longer in the Navy Department. The USS Maine has exploded in Havana Harbor on the 15th of February 1898. 266 American sailors die in the darkness of that warm Cuban night, and the cause of the explosion is, then as now, not entirely clear. But the effect of the explosion is perfectly clear. It lands on the American public with the force of a match on dry timber. The newspapers, led by the furious energies of William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal, transform the Maine into a symbol, a rallying cry, a two-word declaration of national outrage that becomes the organizing chant of a nation moving with gathering speed and certainty toward war. Remember the Maine. Theodore needs no such reminder. He has been remembering Cuba for years. When President McKinley, cautious by nature and genuinely reluctant to commit the nation to conflict, finally asks Congress for authorization to intervene in Cuba in April of 1898, Theodore greets the decision not with relief, but with the urgent impatience of a man who has been waiting for something he knew was coming, and is now focused entirely on what happens next. What happens next for Theodore is straightforward, at least in his own mind. He is going to Cuba. He is going to fight. This decision, to resign a prestigious civilian appointment, to abandon the influence and the comfortable authority of the Navy Department, to take himself out of the strategic center of a war he has done more than almost anyone to bring about, in order to go and stand in the mud and the gunfire of its execution, this decision is not universally celebrated by those around him. His friends argue with him. His colleagues regard him with a mixture of admiration and bafflement. Secretary Long, for whom Theodore's department-shaking energy has been a perpetual source of exhaustion, probably feels something complicated. Perhaps the reluctant recognition that the thing which makes Theodore impossible to work with is the same thing that makes him impossible not to admire. The argument for staying is not frivolous. Theodore is more valuable to the war effort in Washington than in Cuba. He has connections, influence, knowledge, the capacity to shape strategy at the highest levels. One lieutenant colonel, which is the rank he will hold in Cuba, contributes less to a war's outcome than one effective assistant secretary of the Navy who is pushing all the right levers at all the right moments. Theodore knows this argument. He has probably made it to himself, if only to have the pleasure of answering it. And his answer is simple. He believes in the strenuous life. He has preached it in speeches and lived it through every challenge of his existence, and he is not prepared, at the first real test of that philosophy at the scale of war, to discover that he preaches more than he practices. He has always believed that men who advocate for conflict bear some obligation to participate in it. He will not send other men to Cuba while he directs traffic from a comfortable office in Washington. He resigns. He begins, almost immediately, helping to organize what will become the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, a unit that will acquire almost instantly the name by which history will remember it: the Rough Riders. The name is not entirely accurate in the technical sense. They will fight, ultimately, mostly on foot, their horses having been left behind in the scramble of embarkation, but it captures something essential about the unit's character and composition. Theodore recruits with the eclecticism of a man who is genuinely interested in human beings and trusts his own judgment about which ones will be useful under pressure. He draws from the Ivy League colleges, from among the athletes and the sons of good families who have the physical conditioning and the competitive instinct that combat will require. He draws from the Western territories, from New Mexico and Arizona and Texas, from among the cowboys and the ranch hands and the frontier lawmen who have spent their lives in conditions that make military training seem almost redundant. He draws from Native American communities, from the ranks of men whose connection to the physical world of the American landscape is intimate and lifelong. The result is, by any conventional standard, improbable. A regiment composed of Ivy League polo players and New Mexico bronco busters, of men who went to Harvard, and men who have never been east of the Pecos River, of different races and classes and backgrounds, united primarily by the fact that Theodore Roosevelt wants them and they want to go to Cuba. They want to go, many of them, because of him. This is worth understanding. Theodore's ability to draw men to him, not merely to a cause or a concept, but to him personally, to his presence and his energy, and his evident genuine commitment, is one of the most important things about him, and it is operating at full power in the summer of 1898. Men who meet him in this period tend to describe the same experience, a force of personality that does not overwhelm so much as ignite, that makes the person in his company feel more capable, more committed, more alive to the significance of what they are about to do. He is not performing leadership. He is not executing a theory of how a commanding officer ought to present himself. He simply is what he is, completely and without reserve, and the men around him respond to that completeness the way people have always responded to authenticity, with something close to love. He is given the rank of lieutenant colonel, nominally second in command to Colonel Leonard Wood, a man of excellent qualifications whom Theodore genuinely respects. But the Rough Riders are, from the beginning, understood by everyone involved to be Theodore's regiment in the way that matters most, in spirit, in character, in the particular quality of reckless, determined courage that will define them when the moment comes. They train at San Antonio, Texas, in the broiling heat of a Texas June, and Theodore throws himself into the training with a joy that is not feigned and not complicated. He loves this. The physical demands, the organizational challenges, the daily problem-solving of turning a collection of enthusiastic and wildly varied individuals into something that can function as a military unit. He rides with them, sweats with them, eats what they eat. He learns their names, not as a management technique, not as a calculated gesture toward morale, but because he is genuinely interested in who they are, because every man in his regiment is, to him, a specific person with a specific history, and not merely a unit of military capacity. They ship out in mid-June, crowding aboard vessels that are not entirely adequate for the purpose, into a humidity that wraps around them like something physical and refuses to relent. The Gulf of Mexico takes them south, and Cuba rises on the horizon in the last days of June, green and dramatic, its mountains visible from the sea, its reality suddenly present, after months of being a concept, a cause, a destination that existed primarily in newspaper columns and political speeches. They land at Daiquiri on June 22nd, and the war begins to show its actual face. War is not the thing Theodore has imagined it, and he is honest enough with himself to register this. The disorganization is profound, the landing is chaotic, the logistics are failing, the heat is something that no amount of Texas training has fully prepared anyone for, and the jungle closes around them with an opacity that makes the maps seem almost irrelevant. Men begin to fall sick almost immediately. The food is inadequate. The supplies are unreliable. The chain of command, above the regimental level, is producing orders of uncertain coherence. Theodore navigates all of this with the same quality he has always brought to adverse conditions: complete engagement. He does not step back from difficulty to assess it from a safe distance. He moves into it, addresses it piece by piece, keeps moving forward with the basic conviction that forward is always better than stopped. On June 24th, they fight at Las Guasimas, the regiment's first engagement, a sharp encounter in the dense Cuban brush where the Spanish hold the high ground, and the Americans have to fight their way through a landscape that seems almost actively hostile. Theodore is in it immediately, moving through the jungle with his men, exposed and deliberate, his glasses pushed up on his nose as he tries to read the terrain through foliage that hides everything and gives away nothing. Men fall around him. The noise is enormous and specific, and nothing like the word gunfire actually conveys. Theodore keeps moving. They come through Las Guasimas, and the days between it and what is coming next are a kind of suspended time. The waiting that precedes the thing that everyone knows is coming. The waiting that is, in some ways, worse than the thing itself, because it gives the imagination room to work, and the imagination, in the proximity of actual combat, is not a comfortable neighbor. The 1st of July 1898 arrives with heat that is already present at first light, already pushing the temperature towards something that will be, by midday, genuinely dangerous. Theodore is up before dawn. The plan is to take the heights above Santiago, a series of fortified hills called the San Juan Heights, with a smaller fortified position called Kettle Hill sitting just in front of them. The American forces will assault these positions. If the assault succeeds, Santiago falls. If Santiago falls, the war effectively is over. The regiment moves into position through trails that channel them into narrow corridors where they are exposed without being able to see what exposes them. Shrapnel begins to fall. Men begin to go down. The wait at the base of the heights becomes its own ordeal. They are taking casualties without being able to fight back, standing in the direct fire of an enemy they cannot reach, because the order to advance has not yet come. And the combination of heat and fear and helplessness and the specific horror of watching men fall beside you while you stand still is producing something that Theodore recognizes as intolerable. He sends word up the chain of command. He asks for the order to advance. He does not receive it. He looks at his men. He looks at the hill. He makes a decision. He charges. He is on horseback, one of very few officers mounted, which makes him immediately and dangerously visible, and he rides along the line of his men, calling to them, pulling them forward with his voice and his presence, and the sheer kinetic fact of a man on a horse moving toward the enemy. The men come. They come because he is going, because the alternative of staying while he goes is somehow impossible, because Theodore Roosevelt, moving toward a fortified hill on a horse in the middle of a firefight, is a thing that does not allow for the option of remaining behind. They go up. The Spanish fire is real. Men fall on the slope and keep falling. The grass is high, and the terrain is broken, and the sun is ferocious, and the noise is everything. Theodore's horse is hit, not fatally, and Theodore dismounts and continues on foot, which puts him at the same level as his men and makes him no less visible, because he is Theodore Roosevelt, and he is wearing a hat with a blue polka-dotted bandana attached to it, and he is not, under any circumstances, inclined to become less conspicuous. He reaches the top of Kettle Hill, and the Spanish defenders have withdrawn, and the view from the summit opens out across the valley towards Santiago and the larger heights of San Juan Hill to the left, and Theodore stands there for a moment, breathing hard, looking at what lies ahead already moving. He leads his men down from Kettle Hill and up toward the main San Juan Heights, pushing toward the regulars already engaged on that slope, adding the Rough Riders' weight to the assault, driving forward through fire that is still very much present and very much lethal. He passes, at one point, a line of men taking cover who are not his regiment, and he waves at them to come. And some of them do, and some of them do not, and Theodore moves on without stopping, because stopping is not one of his available options. The heights fall. The Spanish lines break. The Americans crest San Juan Hill, and the view from the top opens out with a kind of terrible clarity. Santiago is there below, and the war is there below with it. And Theodore Roosevelt is standing on a hilltop in Cuba, covered in gunpowder and sweat, and the impossible exhilaration of a man who has just done the thing he came to do. He will later call this, quite simply, the greatest day of his life. Not the presidency, not the Nobel Prize, not the conservation victories or the trust-busting or the Panama Canal or the great speeches before great crowds in the great cities of the world. The charge up San Juan Hill, or rather up Kettle Hill, and then toward San Juan Heights, the distinction mattering less than the experience, is for Theodore Roosevelt the day by which he measures all other days. This requires understanding. It is not the violence he is celebrating. Theodore is not a man who loves killing or who romanticizes death. What he is celebrating is something more precise. The experience of being fully alive in the fullest sense, of having brought everything he has ever built in himself. The body remade in that second-floor gymnasium, the courage cultivated through 1,000 small daily battles against his own limitations, the leadership earned in the ranches and the police precincts, and the political halls where he has spent his adult years, and deployed it all at once in a single hour against a real obstacle with real stakes, with real men beside him. The strenuous life, finally, fully lived. Santiago surrenders on the 17th of July. The Spanish-American War, which has lasted less than 4 months, is essentially over. Theodore Roosevelt, his regiment decimated by combat, and by the yellow fever and malaria that prove, in Cuba, to be at least as dangerous as Spanish rifle fire, writes a letter to the War Department that is simultaneously one of the most effective military communications in American history, and one of the most characteristically Rooseveltian documents in existence, a round-robin letter signed by him and other officers, bluntly stating that the troops must be evacuated from Cuba before the disease season kills more of them than the enemy has managed to. The letter is controversial. Generals do not appreciate having their hands forced by colonels. But Theodore has never been particularly governed by concerns about what generals appreciate, and the letter works. The troops are moved. He comes home in August. He comes home to a country that has been reading about him for weeks. The newspapers have been covering the Rough Riders with the intensity that the moment seems to demand. And Theodore's charge has acquired, in the telling and retelling of it, the quality of legend even before the man himself has set foot back on American soil. He lands in New York, and the city comes out for him with a warmth and a volume that suggests something beyond mere celebrity, a recognition at some collective level that this particular man has done something that captures something essential about what Americans believe about themselves and aspire to be. He is 39 years old. He is tanned and lean and alive in every visible molecule of his being. He has gone to Cuba as a lieutenant colonel of volunteers, and he has come back as something that does not have a precise political title, but is already beginning to shape the trajectory of an entire national career. The governorship of New York will come. The vice presidency will come. And then, in the particular and terrible way of history, through a door no one expected to open, the presidency itself. But here, in the August of 1898, standing on the deck of a ship coming into New York Harbor with the city spread before him, and the long months of consequence stretching ahead, Theodore Roosevelt is simply a man who went to a hill and took it. A man who believed that the most important things in life are not given, but taken by effort, taken by courage, taken by the refusal to stand still while the moment calls for motion. The harbor is wide, and the city is bright, and the crowded hour has passed. What it has left behind is a man remade, again, by the crucible of his own making, older now, marked by what he has seen, but burning still, with that particular fire that no amount of heat or fever or gunfire has managed to reduce by so much as a single degree. Chapter 5. Accidental President, 1898 to 1901. The summer of 1898 gives America something it has not felt in a generation. the clean, intoxicating sensation of a war that is going well. The conflict with Spain, brief and decisive, has produced heroes with the speed that short wars allow, and among those heroes, none arrives home with quite the same luminous momentum as the colonel who led his volunteer cavalry up the slopes of Kettle Hill in Cuba and came down the other side, transformed in the public imagination into something very close to legend. Theodore Roosevelt rides back into New York on the crest of a wave that he did not entirely manufacture but has understood from its earliest swells exactly how to ride. He is 39 years old. He is lean from the Cuban campaign, browned by the Caribbean sun, and possessed of the particular energy that men carry when they have done something genuinely dangerous and come through it intact. The uniform still fits. The stories have preceded him. The newspapers, which have been covering the Rough Riders with the breathless enthusiasm of an audience that has found exactly the narrative it was looking for, have made of Theodore Roosevelt a character that is simultaneously real and mythic. The Harvard man on horseback, the New York aristocrat who charged a hill under fire alongside cowboys and miners, and the miscellaneous democratic assembly of volunteers that his regiment comprised. It is a story that America in 1898 finds irresistible, and Theodore, who has always understood the relationship between narrative and political possibility, knows precisely what the story is worth. The Republican bosses of New York State look at him in the late summer of 1898 and perform the calculation that political professionals perform when confronted with an asset of unusual magnitude. Thomas Platt, Senator Platt, Easy Boss Platt, the man who has run the New York Republican organization with the quiet efficiency of someone who prefers that the machinery not be visible, looks at Theodore Roosevelt and sees a solution to a problem. The party needs a candidate for governor who can win. The incumbent administration has been touched by scandal in the canal contracts matter, and the general atmosphere of the New York Republican organization is not one that inspires confidence in the average voter. Theodore Roosevelt, fresh from Cuba, draped in the bunting of national heroism, is exactly the kind of figure who can walk into that environment and clean it up simply by being himself in public. Platt offers him the nomination. The offer is not entirely without condition. Platt is not a man who gives things freely, and Theodore accepts with the clear-eyed understanding that he is entering an arrangement with a man who has his own interests and intends to protect them. This does not trouble Theodore overmuch. He has been navigating the relationship between reform and practical politics since his Albany days, and he has developed a working theory about it, that a man of principle can work within a machine without becoming the machine, provided he is sufficiently honest with himself about where the lines are and sufficiently prepared to hold them when the pressure comes. He campaigns for the governorship of New York in the autumn of 1898, with the Rough Riders physically present at some of his campaign appearances, veterans of the Cuban campaign who serve as living attestation to the Theodore Roosevelt the voters have been reading about all summer. The effect is theatrical, and deliberately so. Theodore has never been shy about the uses of theater in democratic politics. He understands that voters respond to narrative, to the visible embodiment of qualities they admire, and that a man who can provide that embodiment while also being substantively capable of governing is a rare and powerful combination. He wins the governorship by a margin of roughly 18,000 votes out of more than 1 million cast, close enough to suggest that without Cuba the result might have been different, decisive enough to constitute a genuine mandate. He takes office in January of 1899 and approaches the governorship of New York with the same consuming engagement he has brought to every position he has held. He meets with legislators, with labor representatives, with business leaders, with the reformers and the machine men and the ordinary citizens who line up outside his office in numbers that surprise his staff. He is accessible in a way that previous governors have not been, And the accessibility is not performance, but inclination. He genuinely wants to know what people think, what they need, what the particular texture of their daily difficulty looks like from the inside. He has always had this quality, this authentic curiosity about the specific circumstances of individual lives. And it serves him well in Albany because it means that the information he receives is real rather than filtered through the courteous distortions that subordinates impose on uncomfortable truths. The matter that will define his governorship, and that will, indirectly, determine the entire subsequent trajectory of American history, is the taxation of corporate franchises. New York State has for years maintained the comfortable fiction that corporations operating public franchises, the transit companies, the gas and electric utilities, the various enterprises that have been granted the right to use public infrastructure for private profit, are not required to pay taxes on the value of those franchises. The arrangement suits the corporations very well, and it suits the political figures who depend on corporate support very well, and it does not suit anyone else at all. Theodore looks at this arrangement and finds it intolerable in the specific way that he finds most things intolerable, not abstractly, not philosophically, but with a visceral sense that something is wrong in the relationship between the privilege being granted and the obligation being discharged. He pushes for a franchise tax bill. The push immediately puts him in conflict with Senator Platt, who has his reasons for preferring the existing arrangement, and is not shy about communicating those reasons to the governor through the various channels that experienced political operators maintain for precisely this kind of communication. Platt summons Theodore to the Fifth Avenue Hotel, the regular venue for what Albany insiders called the Sunday School, Platt's weekly meeting with the state's Republican leadership, and makes clear his displeasure. Theodore listens to Platt's displeasure with the attentive courtesy he extends to everyone, and then continues pushing for the franchise tax. He does not defy Platt dramatically. He does not make speeches about the machine. He simply continues doing what he has decided to do, explaining his reasoning calmly and repeatedly, negotiating on the details while holding the substance until the bill passes. Platt is furious. Not loudly furious. Platt is not a loud man, but furious in the sustained, purposeful way of someone who has identified a problem and is considering the most efficient solution. The problem, as Platt sees it, is that he has a governor who is not reliably manageable. Theodore Roosevelt, for all his charm and all his cooperative instincts, keeps arriving at positions that the machine cannot live with, and he keeps finding the political leverage to enact those positions over the machine's objections. Something must be done about this. Platt begins thinking about what that something might be. The opportunity presents itself in the form of the 1900 presidential ticket. William McKinley is running for his second term, and the incumbent vice president, Garrett Hobart, has died in office, leaving the second slot open. There is a movement in various quarters to put Theodore Roosevelt on the ticket as McKinley's running mate, and Platt, surveying this movement with the detached appreciation of a man who has found his solution, becomes its most ardent supporter. The vice presidency, in 1900, is precisely what it has been for most of American history, an office of ceremonial dignity and genuine inconsequence, a position in which an energetic man can be safely contained while the real business of the administration proceeds without him. Put Roosevelt in the vice presidency, and New York is free of him. The machine can find a more amenable governor. The franchise tax agitation can be allowed to settle. Everyone goes home satisfied. Theodore himself is not enthusiastic. He sees through the design with a clarity that he does not bother to conceal from his close associates. He writes to friends in terms that make his preference plain. He wants another term as governor, or possibly a cabinet position, something with actual executive authority and the ability to make consequential decisions. The vice presidency, he understands, is where ambition goes to wait in a room with no windows. He is 41 years old and feels every day of his vitality, and the prospect of presiding over the Senate in the formal capacity of a man who casts a vote only when the chamber is tied seems to him like a particularly refined form of punishment. But the pressure accumulates from all directions. Platt wants him on the ticket. The convention delegates, many of whom have been swept up in the Rough Rider enthusiasm that continues to animate Republican gatherings, want him on the ticket. The party leadership perceives that McKinley, running against William Jennings Bryan for the second time, could use the energy that Theodore generates simply by walking into a room. Mark Hanna, McKinley's formidable political manager, does not want Roosevelt. Hanna, who has spent years constructing the careful, business-friendly Republican coalition that elected McKinley in 1896, looks at Theodore Roosevelt and sees chaos in a respectable suit. But Hanna is operating against the tide, and even he eventually understands that the tide will not be reversed. At the Republican National Convention in Philadelphia, in June of 1900, Theodore Roosevelt arrives wearing the broad-brimmed hat that he wore in Cuba, a gesture so theatrically calculated and so perfectly executed that it produces exactly the reaction he might have anticipated. The delegates erupt. Whatever private reservations he carries into the hall, whatever doubts he has expressed in his correspondence about the wisdom of accepting the nomination, the man who walks into that convention and receives the acclaim of the assembled Republican Party is not a reluctant candidate. He is Theodore Roosevelt, and Theodore Roosevelt does not do anything reluctantly. He accepts the nomination with the full-throated enthusiasm that the moment requires and campaigns across the country with an energy that makes the 60-year-old McKinley, who conducts his campaign primarily from his front porch in Canton, Ohio, look like a man conserving himself for something. The McKinley-Roosevelt ticket wins in November of 1900 by a substantial margin. Theodore campaigns in 24 states, delivers more than 700 speeches, and travels by train across a country that greets him with the mixture of festive enthusiasm and genuine curiosity that attends figures who have crossed from the realm of news into the realm of myth. He shakes hands until his hand swells. He eats the food that local supporters press upon him at every stop. He speaks in town squares and fairgrounds and railroad depots, adjusting his pitch to his audience with the intuitive skill of a man who has always been able to read a room, but keeping always the essential substance of what he believes, because Theodore Roosevelt on the campaign trail and Theodore Roosevelt in private are not, in any meaningful way, different people. And then the campaign ends, and the presidency of William McKinley begins its second term, and Theodore Roosevelt takes his place as Vice President of the United States in the marble stillness of a position that offers him very little to do. He presides over the Senate for 5 days during a special session in March of 1901, before the Senate adjourns and leaves him with the rest of the year essentially unstructured. He considers studying law. He makes plans to read systematically, to write, to tend to his family at Sagamore Hill on Long Island. He is, by any honest accounting, bored in a way that is physically uncomfortable for a man of his particular constitution. He is also, though he does not know it, approximately 6 months from becoming President of the United States. William McKinley is a man of genuine decency and considerable political skill, who has guided the country through the aftermath of the 1896 Depression and the quick, consequential war with Spain with a steadiness that his contemporaries appreciate even when they fail to find him exciting. He is well-liked, well-respected. And as he begins his second term in the spring of 1901, he is planning an ambitious program that will include a more active approach to the trusts and a potential revision of the tariff arrangements that have defined Republican economic policy since the Civil War. He is not the passive figure that later historians, writing in the shadow of his successor, will sometimes make him. He is simply not Theodore Roosevelt, which in 1901 is not yet understood to be a limitation. In September of 1901, McKinley travels to Buffalo, New York, for the Pan American Exposition, a world's fair celebrating the commercial and cultural ties between the nations of the Western Hemisphere. It is the kind of ceremonial engagement that presidents of the era accept as part of the position, a public appearance in a festive setting where the president shakes hands with the citizens who line up to meet him, and everyone goes home feeling that the republic is functioning as intended. McKinley has been advised, in a general way, that public appearances of this kind involve an element of security risk, and McKinley has understood this in the way that men in positions of authority often understand abstract risks, intellectually, without allowing the understanding to modify their behavior in any particular way. He does not like the idea of armed guards pressing close to him in public. It seems undignified. It seems to create a distance between himself and the people he is there to meet. On the afternoon of September 6, 1901, inside the Temple of Music on the Exposition grounds, Leon Czolgosz stands in a line of citizens waiting to shake the president's hand. Czolgosz is 28 years old, an anarchist from Cleveland, whose radicalization has followed the particular path of a young man who has found in political violence a solution to the problem of his own insignificance. He has wrapped his right hand in a handkerchief, and beneath the handkerchief is a revolver. The line moves forward. The president's hand extends in the habitual gesture of a man who has done this thousands of times. Czolgosz fires twice. McKinley does not fall immediately. He stands for a moment, looks down at himself with an expression that witnesses will later describe as more confused than pained, and then sags into the arms of the men around him. He is taken to the Exposition's emergency medical facility, and then to a house in Buffalo where the available doctors do what they can, which is, it will emerge, not enough. The bullet that lodged in his stomach has not been found. The early X-ray technology available at the Exposition was not employed, out of an excess of caution or perhaps simple confusion. And infection sets in with the slow certainty of the era before antibiotics. For 8 days, McKinley appears to be recovering. His doctors issue optimistic bulletins. The country exhales. Theodore is in the Adirondacks when the shooting occurs, on vacation, climbing Mount Marcy with a group of friends and his family, in the fashion of a man who spends his leisure time in the same spirit of physical engagement that he brings to everything else. A messenger reaches him on the mountain with the news, and he descends and makes his way toward Buffalo with the controlled urgency of a man who does not yet know precisely what urgency is required. The early reports suggest McKinley may survive, and Theodore, not wishing to appear to be hovering over a president's potential death like a man calculating his prospects, holds himself at a careful distance. He receives reassuring reports, and when the doctors announce that McKinley is improving, allows himself to be persuaded to return to the mountains and resume his vacation. He is hiking on September 13th when a guide comes up the trail toward him carrying a message, and something in the guide's face, the particular expression of a man carrying news that has changed in character since the last time such news was carried, tells Theodore what the message contains before he reads it. McKinley has taken a turn for the worse. He is dying. The vice president must come at once. Theodore descends from the mountains in the dark, in a carriage driven at speed through roads that are not designed for speed, through the kind of Adirondack night that is very dark and very quiet, and entirely indifferent to the extraordinary event that is organizing itself around the death of a president 40 miles away. He reaches the nearest train station and takes the overnight train to Buffalo, and arrives in the early morning of September 14th to learn that William McKinley died at 2:25 in the morning, while the carriage was still moving through the mountains, while Theodore was still descending toward a man who was already gone. He is shown into the house where the swearing-in will take place. He is 42 years old. He is still wearing his hiking clothes, or clothes borrowed hastily in the preceding hours, the historical record being slightly uncertain on this point. And there is something appropriate about this, about the fact that the moment finds him not in the formal dress of ceremony, but in the practical clothing of a man who was doing something else entirely when history intervened. He stands in the parlor of the Annesley Wilcox House in Buffalo and takes the oath of office that Czolgosz's bullets have made necessary, administered by a federal judge in front of a small gathering of cabinet members and witnesses whose faces carry the simultaneous expressions of grief and the dawning recognition that the world they knew as of yesterday morning no longer exists. He places his hand on no Bible, none is immediately available, and speaks the words of the oath with the quiet gravity of a man who understands exactly what he is doing and intends to be entirely present for it. When it is done, he looks at the men around him and says in a voice that is steady and clear and already somehow presidential, that it shall be his aim to continue, absolutely unbroken, the policy of President McKinley for the honor and prosperity of the country. It is the right thing to say in that moment. It is reassuring to the cabinet members who are looking at him and trying to take the measure of a man many of them do not know well. It is the correct gesture toward the grief of a nation that has lost a president it loved. He means it, as far as it goes. He has no intention of governing recklessly. He has no agenda of radical discontinuity, no program of deliberate disruption for its own sake. But the men in that room who take his words as a promise of simple continuity are reading him imperfectly, and they will understand their misreading in the months and years to come. He is not McKinley. He has never been anything like McKinley. He is Theodore Roosevelt, 42 years old, the youngest president in American history by 4 years, possessed of a vision of the presidency and of the government's relationship to the economy and to the natural world and to the responsibilities of national power that is genuinely his own, worked out through decades of reading and experience and the kind of sustained thinking that an active mind performs even when it appears to be doing something else. He moves into the White House. He brings Edith, whom he married in 1886 in London, the childhood friend who became the steadying constant of his mature life, and their 6 children, who transform the executive mansion with a noise and vitality that it has not previously been required to accommodate. The children roller skate in the East Room. They bring pets of a variety and number that require their own accounting, dogs and cats, and a pony named Algonquin who will, on at least one memorable occasion, be brought up in the elevator to visit a sick child. The White House becomes, almost immediately, an extension of the Roosevelt family's characteristic approach to existence, which is to engage everything fully and without significant prior planning. Mark Hanna, who did not want Theodore Roosevelt on the ticket, and now must reckon with Theodore Roosevelt in the presidency, sits with the news of McKinley's death and says something that captures the alarm of the Republican establishment with a bluntness that leaves little room for misinterpretation. "That damned cowboy," Hanna says, "is President of the United States." The remark will follow Theodore Roosevelt for the rest of his political life, and he will not mind it in the least. He has been called worse things by people whose judgment he respected more than Mark Hanna's, and the truth is that the image, for all its reductive simplicity, captures something real. The cowboy has come in from the Badlands. The cowboy is in the White House. And the century that is only beginning its 2nd year is about to discover what that means. He sits at McKinley's desk in the early evenings of September 1901 and reads the briefings and reviews the correspondence and begins the process of understanding what the presidency actually is from the inside rather than the outside. And there is in his posture at those moments something that the men who observe him will later struggle to describe precisely. It is not arrogance, or not only arrogance. It is something closer to recognition, the particular quality of a man who has arrived somewhere that he did not plan to arrive at, but that, now that he is here, feels entirely and unmistakably like the place he was always heading toward. He is the president. The country is vast and troubled, and magnificent, and full of injustice that has been allowed to accumulate past the point of comfortable tolerance. He is 42 years old, and he is the president, and there is so much to be done. He turns from the desk and looks out the window at the city that is now, in every practical sense, his. The lights of Washington, in the September evening, carry their usual mixture of the beautiful and the provisional, of ambition and its impermanence. Somewhere outside that window, the country is going about its business, working and sleeping and worrying and hoping in the particular distributed way of a republic that does not stop for the death of presidents or the swearing in of successors. Theodore Roosevelt looks out at it and feels, rising through the grief of the moment, and the weight of the responsibility, and the strangeness of the path that has brought him here, the thing that he has felt in various forms and various intensities across the whole remarkable arc of his life to this point. He feels ready. He turns from the window and gets to work. Chapter 6. The Square Deal, 1901 to 1904. The White House in the autumn of 1901 is still draped in the quiet aftermath of mourning. William McKinley has been dead for 6 weeks, shot by an anarchist bullet at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo on the 6th of September, lingering for 8 days before the wound took him on the 14th, and the building itself seems to carry the weight of that loss in its corridors and its high-ceilinged rooms, and the particular quality of silence that settles over institutions when history has just moved through them without warning. Theodore Roosevelt is 42 years old when he takes the oath of office. He is the youngest man ever to assume the presidency of the United States. He does not take it through election but through the violent accident of an assassin's aim, and he is aware, sharply, personally aware, of the awkwardness this creates. He had not sought the presidency. He had been maneuvered into the vice presidency by the Republican bosses of New York, men like Thomas Platt, who wanted him out of Albany and safely neutralized in a constitutional office with almost no power. The vice presidency was meant to be the end of Theodore Roosevelt's political relevance. Mark Hanna, the shrewd Ohio kingmaker who had orchestrated McKinley's rise, reportedly looked at the situation after the nomination and asked, with genuine alarm, whether anyone had considered what would happen if something befell the president. There was, he observed, only one life between that madman and the White House. That life is now gone, and the madman is in the White House and the country is watching. He moves his family in quickly. Edith arrives with the children, Theodore Jr., Kermit, Ethel, Archibald, and little Quentin, barely 4 years old. And the building, which has been a monument to institutional gravity, becomes something it has perhaps never quite been before, a home in which children run through the hallways, and a father with the energy of 3 ordinary men commands the day from early morning until very late at night. Alice, his eldest daughter by Alice Lee, is 17 now, dark-haired and sharp-tongued, and already beginning to develop the magnificent, uncontainable personality that will make her one of the great figures of Washington society for the next 70 years. The Roosevelt White House is, from its first days, a place of organized chaos and genuine warmth, and the American public, reading about it in their morning papers, finds in it something they had perhaps not expected to feel about the executive mansion: affection. But Theodore Roosevelt does not come to the White House to be affectionate. He comes, though he will spend the first weeks moving carefully, deferentially, announcing that he intends to continue McKinley's policies and retain McKinley's cabinet, because the moment demands reassurance and he is skilled enough to provide it, with a set of convictions about the American economy and the American government and the relationship between them that are, in the context of 1901, genuinely radical. The world that greets him is a world that the last 30 years have remade with stunning speed. The railroads have stitched the continent together. The steel mills of Pittsburgh, and the oil refineries of Cleveland, and the meatpacking houses of Chicago have grown into enterprises of a scale that the founders of the Republic could not have imagined, and for which the legal and political frameworks of the Republic were never designed. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil controls nearly 90% of the nation's oil refining capacity. J.P. Morgan's United States Steel Corporation, formed just months before Roosevelt takes office, is capitalized at $1.5 billion, a sum so large that it seems almost fictional, a number from a different order of reality than the one most Americans inhabit. The railroad network is dominated by a handful of men who can, between them, determine the cost of moving goods from any point in the country to any other point, which means they can determine, in practical terms, who succeeds and who fails in almost every industry that depends on freight. These men, Morgan, Rockefeller, E.H. Harriman, James J. Hill, Andrew Carnegie before his retirement, are not, in any simple sense, villains. They are the builders of an industrial civilization of extraordinary productive power, and they know it, and they carry themselves accordingly. They are accustomed to operating in a sphere that government does not enter, not because government has been specifically excluded, but because government for 30 years has tacitly agreed that the great industrialists are doing the work of progress, and that the appropriate response to progress is to leave it alone. The Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890 exists on the books, passed in a moment of genuine public anxiety about monopoly power, but it has been used sparingly and without great conviction, more as a symbolic gesture toward accountability than as a functional instrument of regulation. Theodore Roosevelt believes this arrangement is wrong. Not wrong in the sense that he opposes industrial capitalism or wishes to redistribute its proceeds or dreams of a socialist reorganization of American economic life. He is not that kind of radical, and never will be. He believes in property, in enterprise, in the productive energy of men who build large things. What he does not believe, what he finds, in fact, morally offensive, is that the size and power of these combinations has placed them beyond the reach of the democratic government that represents the people who live and work within their shadow. The corporation, in Theodore Roosevelt's view, is a creature of the state. It exists because the law permits it to exist. It operates within a society that the law maintains. And if it grows large enough to threaten the fairness of that society, large enough to crush competition, to fix prices, to determine by its own internal logic who prospers and who does not, then the state that created it has not only the right, but the obligation to bring it to account. This is the philosophy. The instrument for testing it arrives, almost as if on schedule, in the winter of 1902. James J. Hill and E.H. Harriman are rivals, two of the great railroad emperors of the Northwest. And in the way of Gilded Age business, their rivalry has produced not open competition but consolidation. J.P. Morgan has engineered a merger of their competing interests into a single holding company, the Northern Securities Company, which will control virtually all rail transportation in the Northwest. It is, from the perspective of its architects, an elegant solution to wasteful competition. It is, from the perspective of Theodore Roosevelt, precisely the kind of arrangement that the Sherman Act was designed to prevent. In February of 1902, the Attorney General of the United States, Philander Knox, acting at the President's direction, files suit against the Northern Securities Company for violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. The announcement lands on Wall Street like a physical shock. J.P. Morgan, who has built his career on the assumption that men of his station settle their differences with the government through private conversation, that the appropriate response to regulatory concern is a quiet meeting in which reasonable men reach reasonable accommodations, sends word that he would like to see the president. He comes to the White House and sits across from Theodore Roosevelt and says, with the directness of a man unaccustomed to operating in any mode but directness, that if he has done something wrong, his lawyer can fix it up with the Attorney General's lawyer. Morgan means this as a reasonable offer. Theodore Roosevelt receives it as a precise illustration of everything that is wrong. He tells Morgan calmly that this is not how it works, that the government of the United States is not a business interest to be negotiated with. That the question of whether the Northern Securities Company has violated the law is not a matter for private arrangement between lawyers, but for the courts of the Republic to decide. Morgan asks whether the president intends to go after other interests as well. At Standard Oil, he means at U.S. Steel. Theodore tells him that he will go after anything that the law covers if it has violated the law. Morgan leaves, and the suit proceeds, and in 1904 the Supreme Court of the United States upholds the government's position and orders the dissolution of the Northern Securities Company. It is the first great victory of what Theodore Roosevelt will call the square deal, his governing philosophy, his promise to the American people that the government of their republic will deal squarely with all of them, with the laborer and the owner, with the farmer and the banker, with the small businessman and the monopolist, and that no man's wealth and no combination's power will be sufficient to place it beyond the law. He brings 43 antitrust suits during his presidency. He goes after the beef trust, the tobacco trust, the oil trust eventually. He does not do this because he opposes bigness per se. He distinguishes repeatedly and carefully between good trusts and bad trusts, between combinations that achieve efficiency through genuine economic advantage and those that achieve dominance through predatory elimination of competition. He is not a trust buster in the sense of wanting to break up every large enterprise. He is a trust buster in the sense of insisting that no enterprise is too large to be accountable to the law and to the public interest. The distinction is important, and the financial community never entirely believes it, and perhaps they are not entirely wrong not to. But the principle is genuine, and it reshapes the relationship between American government and American capital in ways that will outlast every specific case and every dissolved holding company. The precedent is the thing. The precedent is that the government can act. But it is not the trusts that produced the most revealing moment of Theodore Roosevelt's early presidency. That moment comes in the autumn of 1902, in the anthracite coalfields of Pennsylvania, where 140,000 miners have been on strike since May. The strike is not, at first glance, a presidential matter. Labor disputes are, in 1902, considered to be private affairs, contests between employers and employees, to be resolved by the parties themselves or, if necessary, by the market forces that eventually compel settlement. The federal government has intervened in labor disputes before, most dramatically when Grover Cleveland sent federal troops to break the Pullman strike of 1894. But that intervention was on the side of management and order, not on any principle of fairness between the parties. The anthracite miners are asking for things that seem, to anyone who has spent time in the coalfields, quite modest: a 10% wage increase, a reduction in the working day from 10 hours to 9, and recognition of their union, the United Mine Workers, led by a 32-year-old organizer named John Mitchell. Mitchell is a careful, intelligent man who has kept his members disciplined through a long, difficult summer, and who understands that the public sympathy his strike has generated is a resource to be managed wisely. He has refused to allow violence on the picket lines. He has spoken in measured, reasonable terms about his members' conditions. He is, in short, a man Theodore Roosevelt can work with. The coal operators are a different matter. Led by George Bear, president of the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad, they have adopted a posture of absolute refusal: no negotiation, no arbitration, no recognition of the union under any circumstances. Bear compounds the situation with a letter, written in response to a citizen's plea for settlement, that becomes one of the most counterproductive documents in the history of American labor relations. The rights and interests of the laboring man, Bear writes, will be protected and cared for not by the labor agitators, but by the Christian men to whom God in His infinite wisdom has given control of the property interests of the country. The letter is leaked to the newspapers. The public reaction is, from the operator's perspective, catastrophic. Even people who have no particular sympathy for organized labor find in Bayer's divine appointment theory of management something they cannot quite accept. Theodore Roosevelt reads the letter and finds it not merely offensive, but strategically revealing. The operators have made themselves the villains of the story, and the story now has an audience of millions who want to see something done. The immediate problem is practical and serious. It is October. The winter is coming. The anthracite fields produce the hard coal that heats homes throughout the northeastern United States, and the bins and yards that should by now be filled for winter are dangerously low. In New York City, in Boston, in Philadelphia and Baltimore, and 100 smaller cities, ordinary families are looking at the coming cold with genuine fear. Hospitals are rationing heat. Schools are beginning to close. The suffering is not abstract. It is already happening. Theodore Roosevelt does something that no president has done before. He invites both sides to the White House to meet with him together, as the representative of the public interest that is being harmed by their impasse. He is not legally empowered to compel settlement. He has no statute that gives him authority to intervene in a private labor dispute. What he has is the moral weight of the office and the absolute conviction that the presidency represents something larger than the competing interests of capital and labor, that it represents the people who are caught between them and who have no other advocate. The meeting, held on October 3rd, is a study in contrasts. Mitchell is polite, specific, and agreeable to arbitration. Baer is imperious, contemptuous, and at one point suggests that the president would do better to use the army to break the strike than to treat with the Union as though it were a legitimate party. Theodore Roosevelt, who has managed his temper with considerable effort throughout the meeting, is described afterward by an observer as having been closer to losing it with Baer than with any man he had met in a long public career. He does not lose it. He holds the meeting together. But the operators refuse arbitration, and the meeting ends without agreement. What follows is a combination of presidential pressure and creative improvisation that has no real precedent in American political history. Theodore Roosevelt communicates, through intermediaries, that he is prepared to have federal troops seize and operate the coal mines, not to break the strike as Cleveland had done in 1894, but to run the mines as a public operation until the dispute is settled. This threat, whose legal foundation is, to put it gently, highly arguable, is delivered with enough conviction that J.P. Morgan, who has financial interests entangled with the railroads that own most of the mines, begins to believe the president means it. Morgan meets with the operators. Morgan applies the particular quality of pressure that only a man of his financial position can apply. The operators agree to arbitration. A commission is appointed. The commission hears testimony through the winter of 1902 and 1903. In the spring of 1903, it awards the miners a 10% wage increase, a reduction in hours, and a series of improved working conditions. It does not grant union recognition. That is the concession the operators cannot make and that the commission does not require. But it is a settlement, and it is a fair one, and the coal flows, and the winter passes without the mass suffering that October had threatened. Theodore Roosevelt calls it the square deal when he talks about it afterward. The principle that both sides got a fair hearing, that neither capital nor labor was automatically privileged, that the government's role was not to take sides but to ensure that the contest was conducted fairly. It is a phrase that captures something real about his governing philosophy, and it becomes the shorthand by which the early Roosevelt presidency is remembered. Not a revolution. Not a redistribution. A square deal. The same rules applied to everyone, enforced by a government that answers to all of them. The third great achievement of these years is carved out of the earth of a narrow malarial strip of land between two oceans, and it is, in its ambition and its methods, the most characteristically Rooseveltian enterprise of all. The Panama Canal is not a new idea when Theodore Roosevelt takes office. Ferdinand de Lesseps, the French engineer who built the Suez Canal, attempted a Panama Canal in the 1880s and failed spectacularly. Defeated by the jungle, by yellow fever, by the sheer engineering impossibility of the cut through the Continental Divide as his French teams attempted it. The United States has been negotiating with Colombia, of which Panama is a province, for the right to complete the canal. A treaty is reached, the Hay-Herran Treaty, and sent to the Colombian Senate for ratification in 1903. The Colombian Senate rejects it. The reasons are partly financial. The Colombians want more money than the treaty provides, and partly political, the result of internal Colombian dynamics that have nothing to do with Roosevelt or the canal. But Theodore Roosevelt, who has been moving toward the canal with the focused determination of a man who has decided that a thing must be done, receives the rejection as an intolerable obstruction. He begins thinking about alternatives. The alternative presents itself with a convenience that history has always found slightly suspicious. Panama has been restless under Colombian rule for decades. There have been revolts before, many of them, and in the autumn of 1903, a group of Panamanian nationalists, encouraged by the promise that the United States will not allow Colombia to suppress their rebellion, launches a revolution. On the 3rd of November 1903, Panama declares its independence from Colombia. The USS Nashville, already positioned in the harbor at Colón, prevents Colombian troops from landing to put down the revolt. 3 days later, the United States recognizes the Republic of Panama. 2 weeks after that, a canal treaty is signed with the new Panamanian government, on terms substantially more favorable to the United States than those Colombia had rejected. Theodore Roosevelt's role in these events is a question that historians have debated ever since, and that Theodore Roosevelt himself addressed with varying degrees of candor at different points in his life. His most unguarded statement, made years later out of patience with what he considered mealy-mouthed criticism, is as direct as anything he ever said about anything. He took the canal zone, he said, and let Congress debate while he did so. It is not, in the careful language of diplomacy, an admission that reflects well on American regard for the sovereignty of smaller nations. It is, however, an honest description of what happened. What happens next is, in some ways, the most impressive part. The canal must be built. The French failure haunts every conversation about the project, and the reasons for it are well understood. The yellow fever and malaria that killed tens of thousands of French workers are not obstacles to be overcome by engineering alone. They are medical problems, and they require a medical solution. Theodore Roosevelt appoints Colonel William Crawford Gorgas, the army physician who had eliminated yellow fever from Havana after the Spanish-American War, to lead the sanitation effort in Panama. Gorgas wages a campaign against the mosquitoes that carry the disease, a campaign involving drainage and fumigation and screened hospitals, and a methodical, area-by-area assault on every standing pool of water in the canal zone that is as impressive in its way as any engineering achievement the project produces. He appoints Colonel George Washington Goethals to lead the engineering effort after early management problems stall the project. And Goethals proves to be exactly the combination of organizational genius and human understanding that an enterprise of this scale requires. The Culebra Cut, the great excavation through the Continental Divide that defeated the French, is attacked with steam shovels and dynamite and the labor of tens of thousands of workers from the Caribbean and from Europe, laboring in heat and mud and the residual threat of disease even after Gorgas's work has dramatically reduced the mortality rate. Theodore Roosevelt visits the canal site in November of 1906, becoming the first sitting president to leave the continental United States. He goes not for ceremony, but to see. He climbs into the cab of a steam shovel, and photographs are taken. The President of the United States, in his white suit, and his wide-brimmed hat, operating a machine in the Panamanian mud. And the photographs circulate through every newspaper in the country and somehow capture, better than any speech or state document could, the quality of the man in the office. He is not there to observe. He is there to participate. He cannot help it. The canal will not open until 1914, after Roosevelt has left the presidency. But these years, 1902, 1903, 1904, are the years in which it becomes real, in which the decision is made and defended and the machinery of its construction set in motion. It will be, when it opens, the largest engineering project in human history, a 10-mile-wide swath of American sovereign territory, connecting two oceans through 48 miles of the most challenging terrain on Earth. Theodore Roosevelt will carry the photographs from the steam shovel cab for the rest of his life. By the end of 1904, the shape of his presidency is clear. He has challenged the power of the great combinations and won in court. He has intervened in a labor dispute on principles of fairness rather than suppression, and produced a settlement that holds. He has secured the route and begun the construction of a canal that will reorder the commercial geography of the world. He has done these things not through the careful, consensus-building caution that the political advisers of his party counsel, but through the force of a governing philosophy simple enough to state in 2 words and complex enough to spend a career applying. A square deal. The same rules for everyone. The law above the powerful. The government present as something more than a spectator at the contest between wealth and need. In November of 1904, the American people elect him to the presidency in his own right, by the largest popular vote margin in the history of the Republic to that point. He carries every northern state. He wins by nearly 20 percentage points. It is, by any measure, a ratification, a declaration by the country that the last 3 years have been not a regrettable accident of assassination, but the beginning of something they want to continue. He stands on the night of his election victory and makes a statement that he will later regret, a statement made in the flush of the moment without sufficient thought for its consequences. He announces that he will not seek a 3rd term. He has already served nearly a full term, he says, and the tradition of 2 terms is a tradition he respects, and he therefore considers himself bound by it. He is 46 years old. He will live to regret those words with every cell of his prodigious, restless, never quite satisfied body. But on this November night in 1904, the regret is still years away, and the square deal is the living law of the land, and the country that gave him this mandate is, at least for this moment, his. Chapter 7. The Global Stage, 1905 to 1908. The morning of November 9, 1904, arrives in Washington with the quiet authority of a verdict already rendered. The election returns have been coming in since the previous evening, building through the night into something so decisive, so unambiguous, that by the time the sun clears the horizon over the Potomac, the question is not who has won but by how much. Theodore Roosevelt, who has occupied the White House for 3 years by the accident of an assassin's bullet, who has governed with an energy and a boldness that has alternately thrilled and alarmed the established powers of American political life, who has never once in those 3 years stopped being exactly who he is. Theodore Roosevelt has just been elected President of the United States in his own right, by the largest popular majority in the nation's history to that point. He carries 33 states. He wins the popular vote by nearly 19 percentage points. The Electoral College delivers him 336 votes against his opponent's 140. It is not merely a victory. It is a mandate. The country speaking with the kind of clarity that leaves very little room for interpretive dispute, affirming not just the man but the particular quality of governance he has been practicing, the restless, interventionist, morally charged approach to the presidency that his predecessor's ghost could not have imagined, and that his opponents have been arguing with diminishing credibility, the country does not actually want. The country, it turns out, wants it very much. Theodore receives the news at the White House with the characteristic mixture of exhilaration and immediate forward motion that defines his relationship with every achievement. The brief, bright moment of satisfaction followed almost instantly by the question of what comes next, what must now be done with what has just been given. He writes to friends. He speaks to the press. And he does something that will haunt him later, something that in the quiet hours of subsequent years he will come to regard as one of the larger mistakes of his political life. He announces, on the night of his victory, that he will not seek a third term. The announcement is made in the spirit of democratic principle. Theodore genuinely believes that 3 consecutive terms would be, regardless of the particular circumstances, too much, a concentration of executive authority in a single person that the founder's design was meant to prevent. He believes it in the moment he says it, and the belief is sincere. But the words, once spoken, cannot be recalled, and they will shape the remainder of his presidency in ways he cannot yet fully see, limiting his leverage, constraining his options, beginning almost immediately the slow draining away of political authority that attaches itself to anyone who has publicly committed to leaving power. But that is the future. In November of 1904, the future is still largely unwritten, and Theodore Roosevelt stands at the peak of his political authority with a full term ahead of him, and a world that is doing outside the borders of the United States things that a man of his particular interests and particular abilities cannot resist engaging with. The world is, in 1904 and 1905, doing something extraordinary. Russia and Japan are at war. The conflict has been building for years, rooted in the competing imperial ambitions of 2 expanding powers in the Pacific and in Manchuria. Russia, pressing eastward with the particular confidence of an empire that has been pressing eastward for centuries. Japan asserting itself with the focused, modernizing energy of a nation that has spent 50 years transforming itself from feudal isolation into one of the most efficiently organized military powers on Earth. The two have been on a collision course that most Western observers assumed would resolve in Russia's favor. Russia is enormous, ancient, possessed of seemingly inexhaustible reserves of manpower and resources, while Japan is small and new to the game of great power competition. Its military modernity impressive but untested at this scale. Japan has not read these assessments, or has not been persuaded by them. In February of 1904, Japanese torpedo boats attacked the Russian naval squadron at Port Arthur without a declaration of war. And the conflict begins with a Japanese initiative that carries, for anyone paying attention, the clear signal of a nation that intends to fight with everything it has and is not particularly interested in the conventional predictions about how the contest will resolve. The land campaigns that follow are immense and brutal. Manchuria becomes the site of battles involving hundreds of thousands of men, fought across terrain that combines the cruelty of the steppe with the particular miseries of prolonged siege warfare. The casualty figures are staggering. The scale of the conflict is such that European military observers, watching with the careful attention of men who are already beginning to think about what the next European war might look like, take notes with expressions that grow increasingly grave. And then, in May of 1905, the Japanese Navy meets the Russian Baltic Fleet in the Strait of Tsushima. The Russian fleet has sailed halfway around the world, a journey of extraordinary difficulty and duration, to arrive in Asian waters and relieve the besieged Russian forces in the Pacific. It arrives exhausted, its ships fouled by months at sea, its crews worn by a passage that has taken them around Africa and across the Indian Ocean, and through waters that were not always friendly to their passage. Admiral Togo Heiichiro meets them with a fleet that is rested, confident, and operating in familiar waters. And what follows is one of the most complete naval victories in the modern era. The Russian fleet is virtually annihilated, its ships sunk or captured in an engagement that lasts barely 2 days, and leaves the Russian position in the Pacific not merely weakened but destroyed. Theodore reads the dispatches from Tsushima with the focused intensity of a man who has been following this war from its beginning with both strategic interest and the deeper personal investment of someone who cares genuinely about naval history and recognizes that he is watching it being made. He has been in contact throughout the war with representatives of both belligerents, maintaining the careful non-partiality of a potential mediator while making perfectly clear, in the quiet language of great power diplomacy, that he is available to play that role if both sides conclude that the moment for it has arrived. The moment arrives in the summer of 1905. Russia, exhausted and internally destabilized by a war that has gone catastrophically wrong, is not entirely opposed to peace, but it cannot be seen to ask for it, cannot afford the domestic political cost of an acknowledgement that it has been beaten by an Asian power in a conflict whose outcome was supposed to be obvious. Japan, conversely, has won the war in military terms, but is approaching the limits of its financial and human resources. The victory is real but not unlimited, and the terms on which peace can be made matter enormously to a nation that has spent enormously to achieve what it has achieved. Theodore sees the opening. He works it with a combination of personal diplomacy, back-channel communication, and the particular leverage that attaches to a man who has just won the largest electoral mandate in American history, and who leads a nation whose goodwill both belligerents have reasons to value. He invites the delegations to come to the United States. He chooses Portsmouth, New Hampshire, a naval city, appropriate for a conflict in which naval power has been so decisive, and far enough from Washington to give the negotiations a slightly removed, neutral quality that might help both sides approach the table without the full weight of their domestic audiences pressing too immediately on every exchange. He prepares for the negotiations with the thoroughness he brings to everything, reading the diplomatic history, studying the specific territorial and financial questions at issue, familiarizing himself with the personalities of the key figures on both sides, developing a picture of what each delegation needs and what each can afford to give, and where the gap between those positions might, with sufficient creativity and sufficient pressure, be bridged. He is not going to Portsmouth as a passive host, as a provider of facilities and goodwill, who steps back and allows the principals to reach their own conclusions. He is going as a participant, as a force of will operating on both delegations simultaneously, pushing toward an outcome he believes is achievable even when the delegations themselves lose that belief. The negotiations begin in August of 1905, and they are almost immediately difficult. The Russian delegation, led by Sergei Witte, a man of considerable ability and considerable stubbornness, arrives with the bearing of a great power that has suffered a setback and is not prepared to translate that setback into humiliation. The Japanese delegation wants indemnity payments from Russia, wants territorial concessions in Sakhalin, wants acknowledgement of its dominant position in Korea and Manchuria. The Russians will not pay an indemnity. This is not primarily a financial question. It is a question of what Russia can bear to acknowledge about the nature of its defeat. Theodore moves between the delegations like a man who understands that his job is not to adjudicate the justice of their respective claims, but to find the practical ground on which two exhausted nations can agree to stop fighting. He meets separately with each side. He applies pressure where pressure is applicable. He makes the case for compromise with the particular kind of direct, personal energy that he deploys in all his negotiations, not the polished indirection of the professional diplomat, but the frank, face-to-face advocacy of a man who respects his interlocutors enough to tell them plainly what he thinks. He persuades Japan to relinquish its demand for a financial indemnity. This is the central concession that makes everything else possible. Without it, Russia will not sign, and without Russian agreement the war continues. He extracts this concession not easily, not without cost to the relationship, but he extracts it. And on the Japanese side, he makes a case that ultimately rests on reality. Japan has won what it has won. The territories, the acknowledgments, the strategic position, these are real and durable. An indemnity extracted from a humiliated great power is money that comes at the cost of a permanently embittered enemy. The peace that can be made here is worth more than the indemnity that cannot. The Treaty of Portsmouth is signed on September 5, 1905. Russia acknowledges Japan's paramount interests in Korea. Japan receives the southern half of Sakhalin Island. Both parties agree to evacuate Manchuria and restore it to Chinese sovereignty. The war that has consumed 2 years and hundreds of thousands of lives is over, ended in a New Hampshire naval city through the mediation of a man whose country has no direct stake in the outcome and whose involvement has been entirely a function of his own judgment about what a President of the United States with the leverage and the ability to help ought to do when the opportunity presents itself. The Nobel Committee in Oslo watches all of this with the careful attention of an institution whose mandate is to recognize exactly this kind of contribution to the peace of the world. In December of 1906, Theodore Roosevelt is awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the first American to receive it, the first sitting head of state to receive it, one of the most improbable recipients in the prize's short history, given that he is simultaneously a man who charged up a Cuban hill with a revolver, who has argued publicly that there are wars worth fighting, and that the willingness to fight them is not in contradiction with the love of peace, who has spent the better part of his adult life articulating a philosophy that celebrates the strenuous, the active, the demanding. He does not experience the apparent contradiction as contradictory. Theodore's view of peace and war has always been more nuanced than his critics allow. He believes in peace not as the mere absence of conflict, but as the active achievement of just conditions under which conflict becomes unnecessary, and he believes that the willingness to use force in the service of justice is what gives peaceful settlements their durability. The Portsmouth Peace holds partly because both sides understand that the mediating power has the capacity, if it chooses, to be something other than a mediator. Strength, in Theodore's philosophy, is the foundation of genuine peace rather than its opposite. He accepts the prize with characteristic directness and donates the prize money, a substantial sum, to a foundation for industrial peace, directing the funds toward the mitigation of labor conflict at home in the same spirit in which he has just addressed military conflict abroad. But even as Portsmouth is being negotiated and the Nobel Prize is being considered in Oslo, Theodore's mind is occupied with something else, something that operates on the same strategic logic that sent that telegram to Dewey in 1898, that pushed for the modernization of the Navy in those early department days, that has always understood at the deepest level of his strategic thinking that in the world as it exists, good intentions without visible capacity are insufficient. He wants to send the fleet around the world. The idea takes shape gradually and then all at once, the way Theodore's ideas tend to. A period of reading and thinking and strategic accumulation followed by the moment of crystallization when the concept becomes too clear and too compelling to remain merely a concept. The United States Navy by 1907 is a genuinely formidable force. The years of investment and development, stretching back to his own time in the Navy Department and before, have produced a fleet of modern battleships that represents a serious projection of national power. But a fleet that sits in its home ports, however impressive on paper, does not communicate the same message as a fleet that moves through the world's waters with the easy confidence of an institution that belongs everywhere it chooses to go. Theodore wants to communicate a message. Several messages, simultaneously. To Japan, which has been watching American power with a mixture of respect and competitive calculation since Tsushima demonstrated what a modern Navy can accomplish, he wants to communicate that the United States Navy is real, is present, is not to be discounted in any strategic calculation about the Pacific's future. The relationship with Japan has been growing complicated. Immigration tensions have produced friction. The question of American interests in the Pacific is not as settled as it might appear from the comfortable distance of Washington drawing rooms. To Congress, which controls the Navy's budget, and which includes members who are not entirely convinced that a global Navy is what the United States needs or can afford, he wants to demonstrate, visibly and undeniably, what the country already has and what the maintenance of that capacity looks like in practice. A fleet sailing around the world is the most expensive and most effective argument for naval appropriations that anyone has yet devised. To the world broadly, to the European powers, to the emerging nations of Latin America, to anyone anywhere who is engaged in the ongoing calculation of where power resides in this new century, he wants to demonstrate that the United States is not a regional power with occasional global ambitions, but a genuinely global force whose Navy can operate anywhere on Earth with competence and confidence. The plan, when he announces it, produces the predictable response in certain quarters of Washington. There are objections about cost. There are objections about risk. What if the fleet meets with some difficulty, some accident, some hostile encounter in distant waters? There are questions about what happens to the Atlantic coast's defenses if the battle fleet is in the Pacific. There are, in short, all the objections that institutional caution always produces when someone proposes to do something that has not been done before. Theodore listens to all of this with the patient attention of a man who has already made up his mind. He has the money for the first leg of the voyage, he announces. Congress can appropriate funds for the return trip, or the fleet can stay in the Pacific. The objections somehow resolve themselves. On December 16, 1907, in Hampton Roads, Virginia, the Great White Fleet departs. 16 battleships, painted gleaming white with gilded bows, moving out into the Atlantic in a formation that takes the breath away of the thousands who have gathered on the shore to watch. Theodore stands at the review, tall, broad, his characteristic expression of concentrated delight fixed on the ships as they pass, and the sight of them, these great white vessels moving through the gray December water in perfect formation, each one a demonstration of what industrial civilization at its best can produce, represents something that goes beyond naval strategy or diplomatic messaging into the territory of genuine beauty. The fleet is commanded by Rear Admiral Robley Evans, a man of tested competence and appropriate temperament for the command. The sailors, some 14,000 of them, spread across the 16 battleships and their accompanying vessels, are young Americans from every part of the country, men who have signed on for a life at sea and are now about to see more of the world than most of their contemporaries will encounter in a lifetime. They go south first, down the Atlantic coast of South America, into the passage around the Horn or through the Strait of Magellan, and the reception at each port of call establishes almost immediately the particular character of this voyage. The Great White Fleet is not merely a military mission, it is a diplomatic event, a floating demonstration of American goodwill and American capability simultaneously, and the populations of the cities it visits respond with an enthusiasm that exceeds anything the planners in Washington had reason to expect. In Rio de Janeiro, the reception is enormous. In Valparaiso, Chile, the warmth of the welcome surprises even the optimists. The ships move up the Pacific coast of South America and through Central American waters and north toward San Francisco, where they arrive in May of 1908, to a celebration that turns the Bay Area into, briefly, the center of American national pride. The fleet coming home to the Pacific coast, the crowd on the shore so large and so loud that the sound carries out to the ships before they are close enough to make out individual faces. From San Francisco, they continue west, into the Pacific, toward the waters that have been the subject of so much of Theodore's strategic thinking, toward the nations that have been watching the fleet's progress with the closest attention. New Zealand receives them. Australia receives them with a fervor that startles the fleet's officers, Hundreds of thousands of Australians lining the shores of Sydney Harbour to watch the white ships come in, a demonstration of Commonwealth enthusiasm for the American connection that will be cited in diplomatic correspondence for years. The gesture is not lost on anyone watching. A fleet of this size, received with this warmth, at this distance from home, is a fact about the world that changes the way the world must be understood. Japan receives them in October of 1908 in Yokohama, and this stop carries a weight that all the others have not quite had. The Japanese have been watching this fleet for the entire voyage with the concentrated attention of a nation whose navy is itself formidable, and whose relationship with the United States has been, in the years since Portsmouth, complicated by the immigration tensions and the Pacific ambitions that press against each other in ways that neither government has yet found entirely comfortable resolutions for. The reception in Japan is, by every account, extraordinary. The Japanese people turn out in enormous numbers. The reception organized for the American officers has a quality of genuine warmth that is not the performance of diplomatic courtesy, but something more real. A people's acknowledgement that the visitors across the Pacific are formidable, yes, and also that formidable neighbors, properly respected, need not be enemies. Theodore has hoped for exactly this response, has understood that the fleet's visit to Japan carries the potential to be either a provocation or a reassurance, and has worked through every diplomatic channel available to ensure that the context in which the fleet arrives communicates the latter rather than the former. The fleet continues through Asian waters, through the Indian Ocean, through the Suez Canal, and into the Mediterranean, and back across the Atlantic toward home. On February 22, 1909, Washington's birthday, the symbolism deliberate and characteristic, the Great White Fleet returns to Hampton Roads, Virginia, completing a circumnavigation that has taken 14 months and covered 46,000 miles. Theodore is there to receive them. He stands on the deck of the presidential yacht Mayflower as the fleet comes in, the 16 white battleships returning in the same formation with which they departed, their paint still bright, their crews assembled on deck, the whole magnificent procession demonstrating in the most direct possible terms that the United States Navy can go anywhere in the world and come home again intact, capable, and undiminished. Theodore is, in this moment, 60 days from the end of his presidency. The election of 1908 has been won by his chosen successor, William Howard Taft, won largely because Theodore has placed the full weight of his extraordinary popularity behind the man he has decided should follow him, a decision that reflects both his genuine affection for Taft and his commitment to the democratic principle of succession that his third-term announcement in 1904 expressed. He is leaving power at 50 years old, in full possession of his faculties and his energy, with years of useful life ahead of him. And the transition carries a complexity of feeling that Theodore processes as he processes most things, by looking forward rather than backward. But here, watching the fleet come in, he allows himself a moment of something that is not quite pride, and not quite satisfaction, and is perhaps best described as completion, the feeling of a man who set out to accomplish something specific and has watched it through to its conclusion. The Great White Fleet was an argument about American power, and the argument has been made. The world has seen the ships. The world has understood the message. The United States, which entered the century as a rising continental power, is leaving this decade of Theodore's presidency as something different, a global presence, a naval force of genuine consequence, a nation whose reach now matches, in visible and demonstrable ways, the ambition that has always characterized its imagination of itself. The ships come into the harbor, one by one, their white hulls reflecting the February light off the gray winter water. The band plays. The crowd on the shore responds with a sound that seems too large for the space available to it. Theodore watches from the deck of the Mayflower, the glasses that have been on his face since childhood catching the winter light, and his expression is one that those who know him recognize, not the broad, teeth-forward grin of the public Theodore, not the composed authority of the presidential Theodore, but something quieter, something that belongs to the private man who has spent 50 years building things and now stands watching one of the things he has built come home. The Nobel Peace Prize sits in its case somewhere in the White House. The Treaty of Portsmouth has been in effect for 3 years. The fleet is home. The decade is, in its essentials, complete. What Theodore has demonstrated across these extraordinary years is a thesis about the nature of national power and the character of its responsible exercise, a thesis that holds that strength and peace are not opposites but partners, that the nation willing to use its power justly earns, over time, the moral authority that transforms that power into something more durable than military force alone. He has mediated a war between 2 empires. He has been honored by the world's foremost peace institution. He has sent his navy around the globe in the white uniform of confidence rather than the gray uniform of threat. And he has done all of this while governing at home with the same restless conviction that the domestic order requires as much energy and as much moral seriousness as the international one. He is still Theodore Roosevelt, which is to say, he is still more than any single description can hold. He is the man who charged up Kettle Hill, and the man who stopped a war between Russia and Japan. He is the naturalist and the naval strategist, the boxer and the Nobel laureate, the rancher and the president, all of these things simultaneously and without apparent contradiction, because the contradiction that others perceive is simply the failure of a single category to contain what he actually is. The winter light falls on the harbor. The last of the white ships finds its place in the fleet's formation, and the harbor is full again, as it was 14 months ago. The same ships in the same positions, everything completed, everything returned. Theodore Roosevelt turns from the railing of the Mayflower and walks back across the deck, already moving, already thinking, already looking toward whatever comes next, because for Theodore Roosevelt there is always something next, always another hill, always another horizon demanding to be crossed. The Great Wilderness Crusade, 1901 to 1909. There is a morning in the spring of 1903 when Theodore Roosevelt stands at the rim of the Grand Canyon and does not speak for a long time. The men who have accompanied him to this edge, the journalists, the local officials, the various attendants that the presidency requires, even in remote places, understand without being told that this is not a moment for commentary. The canyon opens below them in its incomprehensible scale, a mile deep and 10 miles across, the exposed geology of 2 billion years of Earth's history laid out in horizontal bands of red and ochre and purple that recede into a haze the color of distance itself. The Colorado River at the bottom is a silver thread too far below to hear. The silence up here is the silence of geological time, which is a different order of silence than anything the human world produces. Theodore turns to the assembled crowd that has gathered to hear him speak and delivers himself of a sentiment that is, for a politician addressing a civic occasion, strikingly unadorned. Leave it as it is, he tells them. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. Keep it for your children and your children's children, and all who come after you, as the one great sight which every American should see. He says this quietly, without the rhetorical escalation that his public addresses usually build toward, and the quietness is the point. He is not performing. He is reporting a conviction so fundamental that ornamentation would diminish it. This conviction, that the American landscape is not merely scenery but inheritance, not merely beautiful but irreplaceable, not merely a resource to be used but a trust to be honored, does not arrive with the presidency. It has been forming in Theodore Roosevelt since boyhood, since the years when he pressed his face to the window of the family house on East 20th Street and watched the birds in the street below with an attention so intense that it alarmed visitors. It has been present in the marshes of Long Island where he collected specimens as a child, in the Adirondacks where he hiked with the focused pleasure of someone conducting an investigation rather than a vacation, in the Badlands where the severity of the landscape worked on his grief like a doctor working on a wound, with force without sentimentality, and with ultimate therapeutic effect. What the presidency gives him is not the conviction but the instrument. The executive authority of the American presidency in the early 20th century is, Theodore discovers almost immediately upon taking office, a considerably more elastic instrument than its predecessors have generally chosen to make it. The Constitution describes presidential power in terms broad enough to accommodate interpretations ranging from the narrowly literal to the expansively purposive. And Theodore, trained in the law, experienced in governance at every level from the state legislature to the federal bureaucracy, arrives at a reading that would strike some of his predecessors as creative, but that strikes him as simply honest. The president, he argues, may do anything that the Constitution and the laws do not explicitly forbid. The affirmative obligation of leadership is not to find reasons why action is impossible, but to find the path by which it becomes possible. He applies this philosophy almost immediately to the question of public lands. The General Revision Act of 1891 has given the executive branch the authority to set aside forest reserves from the public domain, an authority that Grover Cleveland used cautiously and that McKinley used with similar restraint. Theodore Roosevelt does not use it with restraint. He uses it with the systematic ambition of a man who understands that the window for decisive action is finite, and that the forces pressing in the opposite direction, the timber interests, the mining concerns, the ranching operations, the development pressures of a growing industrial economy, are powerful, well-organized, and operating with the focused attention of entities whose financial interests are directly engaged. The first years of his administration produce a cascade of action on public lands that moves so quickly that Congress, the press, and the various interests affected are perpetually slightly behind the actual state of affairs. He signs into law the Newlands Reclamation Act in 1902, establishing the framework for federal irrigation projects in the arid West, a recognition that the water question and the land question are inseparable in the country west of the 100th meridian, and that both require federal coordination of a kind that private enterprise and state governments have proven unable to provide. He establishes Crater Lake National Park in Oregon, Wind Cave in South Dakota, Sully's Hill in North Dakota, Platte in Oklahoma Territory, and Mesa Verde in Colorado. 5 new parks added to the national park system across the span of his presidency, each representing a landscape of such singular character that its loss to development would have been permanent and irrecoverable. But the parks, for all their magnificence, are not the central instrument of what Theodore is building. The parks are jewels. The forests are the architecture. And it is in the creation and expansion of the national forest system that the true scale of his conservation ambition reveals itself. He has in Gifford Pinchot, a collaborator of the first order. Pinchot is the son of a wealthy Pennsylvania family who has done something unusual with his advantages. He has gone to France to study forestry at a time when forestry as a profession barely exists in the United States, has come back with a philosophy and a vocabulary and a genuine scientific understanding of how forests function, and has spent the years before Theodore's presidency trying to persuade a series of administrations that the federal government has both the authority and the obligation to manage the public forests as a sustained resource, rather than allowing them to be stripped and abandoned by the timber industry, in the pattern that has already laid waste to vast stretches of the upper Midwest. He has been largely ignored, politely and thoroughly, in the way that men with genuinely inconvenient ideas tend to be ignored in Washington. Theodore Roosevelt does not ignore Gifford Pinchot. He invites him to the White House. He walks with him in Rock Creek Park on the mornings when the presidential schedule permits outdoor activity, which Theodore ensures it does as frequently as possible. And they talk about forests and water and soil and the relationship between the health of the natural systems and the long-term productivity of the national economy. Pinchot brings to these conversations a technical precision that grounds Theodore's instinctive conservationism in the language of management and policy, and Theodore brings to them an executive authority and a political will that transforms Pinchot's ideas from the advocacy of a specialist into the program of a president. They are, in the fullest sense of the term, complementary. In 1905, Theodore signs the act that transfers the management of the federal forest reserves from the Department of the Interior to the Department of Agriculture, creating the United States Forest Service and naming Pinchot as its first chief. The move is more consequential than it might appear to those unfamiliar with the bureaucratic geography of natural resource management. The Forest Service, under Pinchot's direction, develops into an agency with a genuine professional culture, foresters trained in the science of sustainable management, committed to the principle that the forests can produce timber and water, and grazing while maintaining their essential character, that use and conservation are not inherently opposed, but can be reconciled by intelligent planning and honest enforcement. Theodore adds to the national forests, with a frequency and scale that constitutes, across the span of his presidency, one of the most dramatic expansions of federal authority over the landscape in American history. He creates more than 150 national forests from the public domain. He does this through executive proclamation, using the authority of the 1891 Act with an expansiveness that its framers may or may not have anticipated, but that the language of the Act clearly permits. He does this sometimes in the face of congressional opposition, sometimes at the specific objection of the Western senators who represent the interests of the ranching and mining and timber industries that operate on these lands, and sometimes in a maneuver that reveals something essential about his relationship to the mechanisms of democratic constraint. He does it minutes before those constraints can be imposed. In 1907, Congress passes a rider to an agricultural appropriations bill that strips the president of the authority to create new national forests in 6 western states without congressional approval. The rider is the product of sustained lobbying by the interests that have been watching with increasing alarm as Theodore removes acre after acre of the public domain from the reach of private development. It is a direct response to his conservation program, a legislative attempt to close the avenue he has been using so productively. Theodore signs the appropriations bill. He must. It contains funding the government requires. But before he signs it, in the days between the bill's passage and his signature, he works through the nights with Pinchot and his staff to identify every acre of forest in the 6 affected states that meets the criteria for national forest designation. He creates 16 million additional acres of national forest in those days, the so-called midnight forests or midnight reserves, signed into existence in the final hours of his authority to do so. Then he signs the rider and accepts the restriction, having already made it irrelevant. When Congress receives the proclamations and expresses its outrage, Theodore is unmoved. He has done nothing unlawful. He has used the authority that existed until the moment it was removed. He has simply used it faster and more completely than the opposition anticipated, which is perhaps the most characteristic Theodore Roosevelt maneuver in a presidency full of characteristic Theodore Roosevelt maneuvers. He takes his conservation work into the river systems as well. He establishes the first federal bird reservations, the precursors of the National Wildlife Refuge System, beginning with Pelican Island in Florida in 1903, a small mangrove island in the Indian River that serves as a nesting ground for brown pelicans and other wading birds that have been subjected to the predations of plume hunters, supplying the fashion industry's insatiable demand for feathers. The designation of Pelican Island as a federal bird reservation is accomplished when Theodore, told that there is no law preventing him from doing so, replies with the blunt directness that characterizes his approach to obstacles. Then I so declare it. He creates 50 additional federal bird reservations across his presidency, laying the foundation for what will become the National Wildlife Refuge System, more than 500 refuges today, protecting wildlife across every habitat in the country. He travels through the West in 1903 on a journey that is partly a presidential tour and partly something closer to a pilgrimage, a sustained encounter with the landscapes that his conservation program is designed to protect, conducted by a man who needs to see these places not only with the eye of a policymaker, but with the eye of someone who loves them. He visits Yellowstone in April, entering the park in the company of the naturalist John Burroughs, a man of gentle disposition and profound environmental sympathy who serves as a kind of foil for Theodore's physical intensity, and spending 2 weeks in the park's interior, away from the geysers and the tourist infrastructure, in the backcountry where the wildlife is undisturbed and the landscape maintains the character it carried before human presence began its inevitable modifications. He sees elk and bison and coyotes in numbers that move him in ways he struggles to articulate without sounding sentimental, which is not a register he is comfortable occupying. He camps in the snow. April in Yellowstone is still deep winter, and wakes to mornings of such crystalline clarity that the mountains seem to have been constructed overnight from materials of exceptional purity. He watches a wolf work the edge of a frozen meadow in the early light and stands absolutely still, which is something Theodore Roosevelt does very rarely, because the moment seems to require it. He understands, with a directness that no briefing paper could provide, exactly what he is fighting for when he fights for public lands, exactly what would be lost if these places were not protected by the permanent authority of federal designation. From Yellowstone, he travels to California, to the Yosemite Valley, where he has arranged to spend 4 days in the company of John Muir, the Scottish-born naturalist and writer who has devoted his life to the advocacy of the Sierra Nevada and who represents, in his singular prophetic way, a vision of the natural world that goes somewhat beyond even Theodore's expansive appreciation of it. Muir does not believe in the Pinchot doctrine of wise use. He believes in preservation, in the idea that some places are sacred in a secular sense, irreplaceable in their wildness, and that their value lies not in their productivity, but in their very existence as places where the human presence has not yet imposed its modifications. Theodore and Muir disagree about the philosophy, though they do not disagree loudly, and what they share is considerably more significant than what divides them. They camp together under the sequoias in the Mariposa Grove, 2 men of extraordinary vitality and genuine passion for the natural world, lying on their backs in their sleeping rolls while the snow falls softly through the enormous trees and the stars appear and disappear behind the moving cloud cover above. Muir talks, in his lyrical and urgent way, about what these trees represent, not as timber, not as watershed, but as living presences that have been standing since before the Roman Empire fell, that have witnessed human history from a remove that places all of it in an appropriately humbling perspective. Theodore listens with the quality of attention he reserves for things that genuinely interest him, which is a noticeably different quality from the polite attention he extends to things that merely require his presence. They wake to 4 inches of snow, and Theodore pronounces it the grandest night he has ever spent. They spend the following days in the high country, away from the hotels and the tourist apparatus of the valley floor. And when Theodore comes down from the Sierra Nevada, he carries with him a renewed conviction about what the parks must become. Not merely scenic destinations, but protected wilderness, held in federal hands not against the public but for the public, in the sense that the public's deepest interest lies not in the development of these landscapes, but in their permanent integrity. The wildlife refuges, the forests, the parks, these are the visible monuments of his conservation work, the designations and proclamations that can be counted and mapped and cited in the ledgers of what he has accomplished. But there is another dimension to what he does for conservation that is harder to quantify and in some ways more consequential. He changes the conversation. He takes the advocacy of wilderness and natural resource protection, which in 1901 exists primarily as the cause of a devoted minority, the naturalists and the Sierra Club members and the occasional eccentric politician, and he moves it from the margins of American public life toward the center. He does this by speaking about it everywhere, constantly, in terms that connect the health of the natural world to the health of the national character and the prospects of the national future. He gives speeches about soil erosion in farm states. He talks about the water cycle to audiences who have never thought about where their water comes from or what happens to a watershed when its forests are stripped. He describes the passenger pigeon, which has gone from billions to near extinction within living memory, as an indictment of a national character that has not yet learned to value what it has until it is gone. He convenes, in 1908, a conference of governors at the White House on the subject of natural resource conservation, the first such conference in American history, a gathering of the nation's governors and leading figures in resource management to discuss, systematically and at the highest level of political authority, the state of the country's natural inheritance and the obligations of stewardship that it imposes. 44 governors attend. The conference produces a declaration of principles that represents a formal acknowledgement by the political leadership of the country that conservation is not a hobby or a luxury but a necessity of national life. He establishes the National Conservation Commission following the Governor's Conference, charging it with conducting the first comprehensive inventory of the country's natural resources, forests, waters, lands, and minerals, as a prerequisite to managing them intelligently. The Commission produces its report in 1909, the most thorough accounting of American natural resources that has ever been assembled, a document that does for the conservation cause what a reliable map does for a traveler. It makes informed navigation possible. Through all of this, Theodore maintains his own relationship to the natural world as a personal practice rather than merely a political program. He rises before dawn at Sagamore Hill, the family home at Oyster Bay on Long Island, and walks the property in the early morning light, watching birds with the same intensity he brought to the windows of his childhood. He keeps a life list. He can identify by song from considerable distance the warblers and thrushes and sparrows of the eastern woodlands, and the identification gives him a pleasure that is entirely disproportionate, in the way that small precise pleasures always are, to the scale of what has been learned. He is the President of the United States, and he is tracking a black-throated blue warbler through the scrub oaks at Oyster Bay at 6 in the morning, and both of these things are entirely true, and neither one diminishes the other. He writes about nature, seriously, at length, in publications read by specialists as well as general audiences, and the writing serves the political program in the way that personal testimony always serves advocacy. It makes abstract commitment concrete. It gives the reader access to the specific textures of what is being argued for. It transforms conservation from a policy position into an experience that can be vicariously shared. He corresponds with the leading naturalists of his era as colleagues, because he is their colleague, because the distinction between the amateur and the professional in natural history is one that Theodore Roosevelt's lifetime of dedicated observation has rendered, in his particular case, essentially meaningless. There is a moment in the final year of his presidency when he looks at what he has assembled: the forests, the parks, the refuges, the reclamation projects, the new institutional architecture of conservation, and he attempts to account for it. More than 230 million acres of public land, protected in various forms. 5 national parks. 51 federal bird reservations. 150 national forests. 18 national monuments, designated under the Antiquities Act of 1906, another instrument of executive authority applied with creative expansiveness, used to protect archaeological sites and natural wonders including the Grand Canyon itself, which he declares a national monument in 1908 when it becomes clear that Congress will not act to make it a park in the time remaining to him. The Grand Canyon designation produces its share of controversy. The Arizona territorial authorities object that the federal government is overreaching, that the canyon is a territorial asset that should remain subject to local authority and private development. Theodore listens to these objections with the patient attention he extends to arguments he has already decided to override. And then he signs the proclamation creating Grand Canyon National Monument, and the canyon passes from the realm of the potentially exploitable into the realm of the permanently protected, which is where it has remained. He stands at that rim again, in his mind if not in person, in the quiet of the late evenings of his presidency when the correspondence is done, and the decisions of the following day are still approaching, and there is briefly a space for something other than the immediate. The canyon does not care who the president is. It does not register the proclamations and the designations and the legislative maneuvers that have surrounded it in a protective legal architecture. It simply continues doing what it has been doing for 5 million years, receiving the light at dawn and releasing it at dusk, holding in its depths the compressed record of a geological time that makes the whole span of human history look like an afternoon. Theodore has spent his presidency trying to ensure that it continues doing this, undisturbed, for the human generations that will come after him and that he will never meet. He believes in the way that men of genuine conviction believe things, not as a position adopted for strategic purposes, but as a settled understanding arrived at through long observation and hard experience, that the American land is the American character, that the qualities of openness and resilience and democratic self-reliance that the country has cultivated across its history are not independent of the landscapes that have shaped them, that a nation that strips its forests and exhausts its soils and drives its wildlife to extinction will find eventually that it has impoverished not only its natural inheritance, but something less tangible and more essential about what it is and what it can become. He does not put this argument in precisely these terms in any single speech or document. It emerges instead from the totality of what he says and does across 8 years of the most consequential conservation presidency in American history, in the proclamations and the speeches and the letters, and the conversations on the trail and the mornings in the field with the binoculars and the notebook, in all the accumulated evidence of a man who has loved the natural world since childhood, and has spent his presidency doing everything within the considerable reach of his authority to ensure that the love is not merely personal but permanent, not merely felt but enacted, not merely his but through the institutions he has built and the lands he has protected, everyone's. The light changes over the canyon in the way that it always changes, slowly, then all at once, the colors deepening through amber and rose into the profound purple of the western dusk. And Theodore Roosevelt watches it go with the full attention of a man who has learned, through loss and through the long discipline of an active life, not to look away from beautiful things. They do not last forever. That is precisely the point. That is exactly why they must be kept. Chapter 9. The Bull Moose Rebellion, 1909 to 1912. The steamship Hamburg moves south through the Atlantic in the early weeks of 1909, cutting through gray winter water toward the warmth of the African continent, and Theodore Roosevelt stands at the rail and watches the horizon with the particular quality of attention he brings to everything, total, consuming, as though the sea itself might yield some piece of information that a less observant man would miss. He is 50 years old. He has just concluded the most consequential presidency since Lincoln's. He has busted trusts and built a canal and mediated a war between Russia and Japan, and sent the Great White Fleet around the world, and set aside 150 million acres of American wilderness as protected forest land. He has done more, by almost any measure, than any man who has held his office in living memory. And he is going to shoot elephants. This is, to the Washington establishment he is leaving behind, both entirely predictable and faintly alarming. Predictable, because Theodore Roosevelt has always required, alongside his political life, some arena of physical extremity: the Badlands, the charge up Kettle Hill, the midnight walks through the streets of New York, where the energy that would otherwise consume him from the inside can be spent against something real and resistant. Alarming, because a former president of 46 remains, by the logic of American politics, a former president who is not entirely former, a man whose opinions still shape the conversation, whose favor or disfavor can still move the machinery of the Republican Party, whose silence is itself a kind of statement. He has promised William Howard Taft, his chosen successor, his hand-picked heir, the man he has personally engineered into the Republican nomination and the presidency, that he will go far away and stay there long enough for the new administration to find its feet without the shadow of the old one falling across it. It is a promise made in genuine goodwill. Theodore Roosevelt admires Taft. He has worked alongside him for 7 years, has watched him manage the Philippines and mediate labor disputes, and carry the weight of the War Department with competence and good humor. Taft is brilliant, genuinely brilliant, a legal mind of the first order, a man whose ultimate destination is the Supreme Court rather than the executive branch. Taft himself knows this, has said it, would have preferred it. But Theodore has convinced him that the country needs him in the White House, and Taft has believed him, and here they are. The safari will last a year. Theodore has arranged it with the Smithsonian Institution. It is, officially, a scientific collecting expedition, which means the thousands of specimens that Roosevelt and his team will gather across British East Africa and the Sudan will go to natural history museums rather than simply to trophy rooms, which gives the enterprise a legitimacy that pure sport hunting would not. His son Kermit, 20 years old and eager for adventure in the precise mold of his father, is coming with him. They will travel with a team of naturalists and professional hunters and several hundred African porters, moving through landscapes that are, in 1909, still among the least touched by industrial civilization on Earth. He has brought 60 pounds of books. Of course he has brought 60 pounds of books. Wrapped in an oilskin case he calls the pigskin library, the volumes travel with him through every camp and every fever and every night under the African sky. Dickens and Tolstoy and the King James Bible and Euripides and a dozen others, read in the hours between the dawn hunt and the midday heat, annotated in the margins with the same penciled observations he brings to everything he reads. He is, even in the deep bush, Theodore Roosevelt, hunter, naturalist, politician, scholar, father, all at once. None of these identities content to subordinate itself entirely to the others. The Africa he moves through is vast and wild in ways that even the Badlands did not quite prepare him for. The Serengeti Plain in the long rains. The papyrus swamps of the Nile tributaries. The highland forests of British East Africa, where the air is cool enough to surprise a man expecting tropics. He is charged by a rhinoceros and shoots it. He kills his first elephant and stands beside it in the photographs that will appear in newspapers across the world, the former president, sweat-soaked and grinning, beside a creature of magnificent size that he has brought down with the steady nerve that his hunting companions uniformly report is the thing that most distinguishes him in the field. He does not flinch. He has never, in any context, flinched. The dispatches he sends home are published in Scribner's magazine and read with enormous appetite by an American public that has not, despite his departure, lost interest in him. He writes about the animals, about the landscape, about the African peoples he encounters with the combination of genuine curiosity and the racial assumptions of his era that coexist in him, as they do in most men of his time and class, without apparent awareness of their contradiction. He is, in his engagement with Africa, both more observant and more conditioned than he would perhaps wish to be seen. But the writing is alive, as his writing always is, lit by the same quality of attention that makes everything he describes feel present and urgent. Back in Washington, William Howard Taft is governing. The reports reach Theodore in the bush, in letters, in newspapers carried by runner to the camp, in the dispatches that make their irregular way across the telegraph lines and the ocean, and the African interior, to wherever the Roosevelt Safari has most recently pitched its tents. And what the reports describe is a presidency that is, with every passing month, drifting further from the course that Theodore had set and that Taft had promised to maintain. The specific betrayal, if betrayal is the right word, and Theodore will come to believe that it is, arrives in the form of a man named Richard Ballinger. Ballinger is Taft's Secretary of the Interior, and he is, in the judgment of Gifford Pinchot, the chief of the Forest Service and Theodore Roosevelt's closest ally in the great conservation project of his presidency, a man whose sympathies lie not with the public lands and their protection, but with the private interests that would like to develop them. Pinchot raises the alarm about Ballinger's management of certain Alaskan coal lands, lands that Pinchot believes are being arranged for transfer to private interests in ways that circumvent the conservation policies that Roosevelt had spent 7 years building. Taft, faced with a dispute between his Interior Secretary and the Chief of the Forest Service, sides with Ballinger and fires Pinchot. The letter informing Theodore of Pinchot's dismissal reaches him in the African bush in early 1910, and those who are with him in the camp report that his reaction is one of the few times they have seen him go entirely still. The stillness does not last long. What replaces it is the beginning of something that will not resolve itself for 3 years, a slow-building, finally explosive recognition that the man he chose, the man he campaigned for, the man he delivered to the American people as his legitimate heir, has not kept faith with the things that Theodore Roosevelt's presidency was about. He does not say this immediately. He returns from Africa in the spring of 1910. The safari concluded, the specimens boxed and shipped, the pigskin library intact, and proceeds to Europe, where he is received with the kind of attention that heads of state receive. He delivers the Nobel Peace Prize lecture in Christiania that he had been unable to deliver in 1906. He speaks at the Sorbonne in Paris, delivering what will become one of his most remembered passages, the man in the arena, the one whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, but who at the worst fails while daring greatly, and whose place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. He is speaking about something. It is not entirely clear from the outside precisely what, but it sounds, to ears attuned to the frequency of Roosevelt rhetoric, like a man preparing himself for something. He arrives in New York Harbor in June of 1910 to a welcome that is, by every account, extraordinary. The ships in the harbor blow their whistles. The crowds at the dock are enormous. He is not the president. He holds no office. He is a private citizen returning from abroad. But the city treats him as though he is something more than that, as though he represents a quality of public life that his country has been missing in his absence and is relieved to have back. He goes to Sagamore Hill. He meets with Taft, a meeting of surface warmth and considerable underlying strain, both men maintaining the form of their friendship while the substance of it drains away. He tours the country, giving speeches, the new nationalism speeches they will be called, delivered in the summer and autumn of 1910, and they are the most radical public statements Theodore Roosevelt has made since taking office. He calls for a graduated income tax. He calls for an inheritance tax on great fortunes. He calls for direct election of senators. He calls for the regulation of campaign contributions. He calls for labor protections, for workers' compensation, for limits on the working hours of women and children. He wraps all of this in the language of nationalism, of a strong federal government serving the common interest against the particular interests of wealth and privilege, and the language is recognizably his, but the content has moved under the pressure of his disillusionment, distinctly leftward from where he stood in 1904. The Republican establishment watches these speeches with growing alarm. The conservatives of the party, the men who had tolerated Roosevelt's progressive program when it seemed the price of his popularity, but had hoped that Taft's more accommodating temperament would restore a less activist government, hear in the new nationalism the sound of a man re-entering the arena. They are not wrong to hear it. Theodore does not yet know what he will do. But the conviction that something must be done is forming in him the way a storm forms over open water. Slowly at first, then with increasing definition, then with the inevitability of a thing that has gathered enough energy to complete itself. The midterm elections of 1910 are a catastrophe for the Republicans. The Democrats take the House of Representatives for the first time in 16 years. The progressive wing of the Republican Party, with which Theodore is increasingly identified, does better than the conservative wing, but the overall result is a verdict on the Taft administration that no one can read as endorsement. Taft responds by moving further toward the conservative wing of his party, aligning himself more openly with the men Theodore regards as the enemies of everything his presidency accomplished. The break between them widens. What finally makes it irreparable is not any single act, but the accumulation of evidence that Taft has allowed, whether through weakness or conviction, the progressive program to be dismantled or stalled at every point where it might have advanced. The antitrust suit against U.S. Steel, a suit that Theodore believes the Taft Justice Department has handled in a way designed to embarrass his administration retroactively, is a particular wound. The Payne-Aldrich tariff, which Taft signs despite its protection of corporate interests over consumer prices, is another. The firing of Pinchot remains the deepest cut, the clearest signal that the conservation of the public lands, which Theodore regards as perhaps the most enduring of his presidential achievements, is not safe in Taft's hands. By the autumn of 1911, Theodore Roosevelt has made, in all but formal declaration, the decision to challenge Taft for the Republican presidential nomination. The progressives come to him. They have been coming for months. Senators, governors, reformers, editors, the vast network of men and women who believed in the new nationalism, and who have watched the Taft administration with the specific despair of people who know what was possible and are watching it be squandered. Senator Robert La Follette of Wisconsin has been carrying the progressive banner in the Republican Party for years, has announced his own candidacy for the 1912 nomination, and has a legitimate claim on the loyalty of the progressive movement. But La Follette is in fragile health, suffers a near collapse during a speech in February of 1912, and the progressives begin looking for a candidate with the stature and the national support to actually win. There is only one such candidate. On February 21, 1912, Theodore Roosevelt announces that his hat is in the ring. He does it with a line that carries the pleasure of a man who has been waiting to say it. His hat is in the ring, he says, and the fight is on. The room erupts. The reporters scramble. The political world, which had been watching the approach of this moment for 2 years, exhales with the particular relief of a drama that has finally stopped pretending to be something other than what it is. The fight for the Republican nomination is brutal. Theodore wins the primaries, the preferential primaries that exist in 1912 in a handful of states, by wide margins, demonstrating that among rank-and-file Republican voters, his support dwarfs Taft's. But the nomination is controlled not by the voters, but by the convention machinery, and the convention machinery is controlled by the conservative Republican establishment, which has every reason to prefer Taft to Roosevelt, and no intention of surrendering the nomination without a fight. The 1912 Republican National Convention in Chicago is the most chaotic, contentious, and, in Theodore Roosevelt's view, fraudulent political convention in the history of the party. Contested delegate seats are decided by a credentials committee controlled by Taft supporters, who rule in favor of Taft delegates in case after case regardless of the merits. Theodore arrives in Chicago and charges the proceedings with the same energy he brought to every arena. He speaks to his supporters, he works the floor, He does everything a man can do within the system to move the system. But the system has already decided, and what Theodore Roosevelt cannot accept, has never in his life accepted, is a decision made unfairly. When Taft is nominated on June 22, Theodore Roosevelt does what no former president of the United States has ever done, and what no challenger to an incumbent of his own party has done in the modern era. He refuses to accept it. He walks out of the convention with his delegates and announces the formation of a new party. The Progressive Party is born in the summer of 1912 with all the energy and all the structural disadvantages that attend the birth of any third party in American politics. It has no established organization in most states, no established apparatus for getting ballots printed and candidates fielded and votes counted. What it has is Theodore Roosevelt, which is, by any measure, an extraordinary asset, and the most detailed progressive platform any major party candidate has run on in American history. A platform calling for women's suffrage, for direct election of senators, for recall of judicial decisions, for the initiative and referendum, for a minimum wage, for social insurance against unemployment and illness and old age, for strict regulation of corporations, for the conservation of natural resources. It is, in its comprehensive vision of what government could be, decades ahead of what either major party is prepared to embrace. He accepts the nomination in August, telling the Progressive Convention that he feels as strong as a bull moose, and the phrase attaches itself to the party with the inevitability of a perfect metaphor. The Bull Moose Party, it will be called. And the image of the enormous, bristling, unstoppable animal becomes the emblem of everything Theodore wants the movement to project. Strength. Vitality. The refusal to be stopped by anything so mere as conventional wisdom or institutional inertia. He campaigns with the urgency of a man who knows the odds and is betting against them anyway. Woodrow Wilson, the Democratic nominee, is formidable. A former president of Princeton University and governor of New Jersey. An intellectual of the first order with his own progressive credentials and the full backing of a unified Democratic Party. Taft, weakened but still the Republican nominee, will siphon votes from the conservative side. The three-way race is unprecedented in modern American politics, and the mathematics of it are brutal. The progressive vote is split between Roosevelt and Wilson, and while Theodore outperforms Taft by almost any measure, he cannot bridge the gap. But he does not campaign as though he knows he will lose. He never does. On the evening of October 14, 1912, Theodore Roosevelt is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, preparing to deliver a campaign speech at the Milwaukee Auditorium. He is staying at the Hotel Gilpatrick, and as he emerges from the hotel and moves toward his open automobile, a man steps from the crowd and fires a pistol at him from a distance of a few feet. The bullet strikes him in the chest. The chaos that follows is immediate and violent. Bystanders seize the would-be assassin, a man named John Schrank, and the crowd moves toward him with a fury that Theodore, bleeding and beginning to understand what has happened, intervenes to stop. "Do not hurt him," he says. "Bring him to me." They bring Schrank before him, and Theodore looks at him for a moment and tells the men to hand him to the police. There will be no mob justice. Not in his presence. Not at his rally. He reaches into his coat. His hand comes away with blood. He coughs. He looks at what the cough produces, because Theodore Roosevelt knows enough about gunshot wounds to the chest to know that if a bullet has punctured the lung, the blood will be bright and frothy, and if it is not, the wound may be survivable. The blood is dark. The lung is intact. He tells his aides that he is going to give the speech. They tell him he is not. He informs them that he is. The argument, such as it is, ends quickly, because it is Theodore Roosevelt who is having it, and there is no argument with Theodore Roosevelt when he has decided something. He arrives at the auditorium with his speech notes in hand, 50 pages of folded paper that the bullet has passed through before entering his body, and the density of which has slowed it enough to prevent it from reaching his heart. He steps onto the stage and tells the audience, with the calm of a man describing a weather event, that he has just been shot. He asks them not to worry about it. He opens his coat to show the blood-stained shirt, and the audience, which has not known until this moment what has happened, erupts in horror and dismay. He raises his hand and quiets them. He speaks for 80 minutes. He speaks about the progressive platform. He speaks about the square deal and the new nationalism and the obligations of a democracy to the people who make it up. He speaks with the same authority and the same force he has brought to every stage in every city of this extraordinary campaign. And if his voice weakens somewhat toward the end, if he grips the podium more tightly as the minutes pass and the blood continues its slow work beneath his shirt, the audience does not know it or pretends not to. He finishes the speech. He accepts help leaving the stage. He goes to the hospital. The bullet is lodged against his fourth rib, too close to the heart to remove safely. The doctors leave it there. Theodore Roosevelt will carry John Schrank's bullet in his chest for the rest of his life. He loses the election in November. Woodrow Wilson wins in an electoral landslide. Though with only 42% of the popular vote, the split between Roosevelt and Taft has done exactly what the mathematics predicted. Theodore finishes second, the only third-party candidate in American history to outpoll one of the two major party nominees in a presidential election. Taft carries 8 electoral votes. It is, in the ledger of American political outcomes, a remarkable achievement wrapped in the form of a defeat. He gives his concession with the same directness he brings to everything. He is not done, he says. The progressive cause is not done. The movement they have built is larger than any single election, and the platform they have run on will be the governing agenda of the American future, whether it is implemented by the Progressive Party or adopted, as it will be, by the major parties under the pressure of public demand. He is right about this. He will not live to see all of it. But he is right. The bull moose charge has ended without the prize it sought. The enormous animal stands in the field, blood at its chest, breathing hard, undefeated in the only sense that Theodore Roosevelt has ever recognized, in the sense of having given everything, of having striven with the full weight of himself against a worthy obstacle, of having refused to be deterred by the knowledge that the outcome was uncertain. He stands in that field and looks toward whatever comes next. He is 54 years old, and he has a bullet against his fourth rib, and he is not finished. Chapter 10. The Darkest Journey and Final Days, 1913 to 1919. The river has no name on any map that matters. It appears on the Brazilian charts as the Rio da Dúvida, the River of Doubt, and the name is not poetic. It is literal. No one knows where it goes. No one has followed it to its end and returned to describe what they found. It rises somewhere in the highland plateau of Mato Grosso, in the deep interior of Brazil, and it runs, north probably, though even that is not certain, through one of the most remote and uncharted stretches of jungle on the surface of the earth, and it empties presumably into some larger waterway, and beyond that the cartographers have nothing to offer. It is, in the most precise sense available, unknown. Theodore Roosevelt is 55 years old, in the autumn of 1913, and he is going down it. The decision has the quality of all his most characteristic decisions. It is simultaneously impulsive and deeply considered, reckless on the surface and freighted beneath with a logic that only becomes clear when you understand the particular texture of his need. He has lost the presidential election of 1912 badly, running as the candidate of his own progressive party, the Bull Moose, splitting the Republican vote and delivering the White House to Woodrow Wilson. He has lost not merely the election but the political world as he understood it. The Republican Party has closed against him, His influence in the corridors of power has diminished to something he can feel physically, like a change in air pressure. He is a former president without a present, and it seems, without an obvious future. He is a man of 55, with the engine of a much younger man still running at full throttle inside him, and nowhere adequate to point it. The Amazon expedition offers him something he has been quietly starving for since he left the White House in March of 1909, genuine risk. Not political risk, not the risk of losing a vote or alienating a constituency, but the old clean risk of the natural world, the kind that does not negotiate and does not respond to speeches, and cannot be managed by any skill except the physical and the immediate. He has been invited to join a Brazilian scientific expedition, led by Colonel Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon, a man of extraordinary competence and quiet heroism, who has spent his life mapping the interior of Brazil and extending telegraph lines through jungles that have never seen a wire. The original plan is a lecture tour and a modest naturalist journey. Theodore Roosevelt, characteristically, hears about the River of Doubt and proposes that they go down it instead. Rondon agrees. He has spent his life doing difficult things in difficult places, and he recognizes in this American the quality that makes such things possible. Not physical strength, though Roosevelt has that, but the particular stubbornness of a man who has decided. They will map the river. They will follow it to its end. They will add something real to the knowledge of the world, something that cannot be done from a lecture platform or a comfortable study. They depart in October of 1913. The jungle receives them the way it receives everything that enters it, without ceremony, without acknowledgement, with the same impassive density it has maintained for 1,000 years before them and will maintain for 1,000 years after. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition, as it is formally designated, is a party of 22 men, American naturalists, Brazilian soldiers, local guides and paddlers and laborers, and Theodore Roosevelt himself, along with his son Kermit, who has come not entirely because he wants to, but because he understands that his father should not do this alone. Kermit Roosevelt is 23 years old. He is lean and capable, and possessed of a steadiness that his father admires and cannot fully replicate. He has been working in Brazil, building bridges for a railroad company, and he speaks Portuguese, which will prove essential. He watches his father with the particular attention of a son who loves a parent, and knows that love is not sufficient protection against the world. He has come on this expedition, at least partly, to keep Theodore Roosevelt alive. The first weeks are difficult, in the ordinary ways that jungle travel is difficult: the heat, the insects, the constant wet, the effort of moving a heavy expedition through terrain that seems to resist every step. They are collecting specimens as they go: birds, mammals, reptiles, plants, the meticulous harvest of a scientific expedition pursuing knowledge through discomfort. Theodore writes at the end of each day, in the damp of his tent, with the sounds of the jungle pressing in from every side. He writes about the birds he has observed, and the trees he cannot name, and the quality of the river as it moves beneath the canopy. He is happy in the way that he is always happy when he is doing something real. Then the River of Doubt begins to reveal its character. In late February of 1914, the expedition reaches the point where the river proper begins, where the mapped world ends and the genuine unknown starts, and the river immediately demonstrates that it is not a river that wishes to be known. The current is fast and unpredictable. The channel is broken by rapids, not the clean, navigable rapids of a cooperative waterway, but violent, chaotic descents over broken rock that make portaging necessary, which means carrying the heavy dugout canoes through jungle so dense that each 100 yards requires hacking with machetes and costs hours of brutal labor. One canoe is lost in a rapid, smashed against the rocks, and with it goes a portion of the food supply that cannot be replaced. The mathematics of the expedition begin to shift in troubling directions. They had calculated their provisions against a projected timeline. They expected the river to move them at a certain pace, expected to reach known waterways within a certain number of weeks. But the portage eat days, and the rapids eat supplies, and the jungle offers almost nothing to supplement what they carry. The men begin to lose weight. The work continues without pause, because pausing on a river of unknown length with finite food and the Brazilian rainy season pressing down from above is not really an option. Then Theodore Roosevelt is injured. The exact circumstances are, in various accounts, somewhat different in their details, but the essential facts are these. He injures his leg, the same leg damaged in the 1902 carriage accident that nearly killed him, the leg that was never quite right afterward, on a rock while trying to prevent two of the canoes from being smashed in a rapid. The wound becomes infected. In the jungle, a wound that becomes infected is not a medical inconvenience. It is a slow emergency. The infection spreads. His temperature rises. He develops what will later be identified as a serious tropical fever, possibly malaria, possibly a secondary infection from the wound, possibly both. And within days he is unable to walk and can barely sit upright. He becomes, in the terminology of expedition logistics, a liability. He is being carried. He is being tended. He is consuming the energy and the attention of men who cannot afford to spare it, in a place where the spare energy of any member of the expedition is the margin between success and catastrophe for all of them. He asks Kermit to leave him. It is said quietly, in the way he says difficult things, directly without sentiment, as a practical proposition about the mathematics of survival. The expedition can move faster without him. The food will last longer. The others have a better chance if they are not slowed by a man who must be carried. He is 55 years old, and he has had a full life, and this is simply how the arithmetic works, and Kermit should understand that and act accordingly. Kermit Roosevelt refuses. He refuses with a completeness and a finality that leaves no room for further discussion and does not acknowledge, even by implication, that the suggestion was reasonable. He will not leave his father in this jungle. He will not go home to tell his mother that the expedition has returned, but Theodore did not come back with it. The matter is closed. The expedition continues. Theodore Roosevelt is carried when he cannot walk, and supported when he can move under his own power, and his fever peaks at something close to 105 degrees, and he is delirious for periods during which Kermit sits beside him through the night in the jungle heat while the river moves in the darkness on the other side of the tent wall. Theodore, in his delirium, recites Coleridge, the same passage from Kubla Khan, over and over, in the strange recursive loops of fever thought. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure-dome decree. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan. In Xanadu. He survives. The will that has driven him through asthma and grief and political defeat and gunshot wounds, and the general refusal of the world to accommodate his expectations, drives him through the fever as well. He cannot explain it afterward in any terms that do not sound like stubbornness, because stubbornness is in the end what it is. He is not ready. He is not done. The river has not beaten him yet. The expedition reaches the junction of the River of Doubt with the Aripuana on the 15th of April 1914, after 48 days on the river. They have mapped nearly 1,000 miles of previously uncharted waterway. They have collected specimens of hundreds of species unknown to science. They have lost one man, a Brazilian paddler who was murdered by another expedition member, himself subsequently lost in the jungle. And they have come within a narrowing margin of losing several others, including the former President of the United States. The River of Doubt is subsequently renamed, by the Brazilian government, the Rio Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt insists, in his characteristic way, that it should more properly be called the Rio Rondon, in honor of the man whose knowledge and leadership made it possible to survive. The Brazilians name it after Roosevelt anyway. He returns to the United States in the spring of 1914 diminished in ways that do not show clearly at first, but become undeniable over time. He has lost 35 pounds on the river. The tropical fever has damaged his health in ways that the medicine of 1914 cannot fully diagnose or treat. The infection that settled in his leg will recur for the rest of his life, draining through a wound that never entirely heals, requiring periodic surgical attention, producing periodic fevers that are less intense than the one that nearly killed him on the river but never entirely absent. He will never again be the physical force he was before the Amazon. The river has taken something from him that he will not get back. He writes about the expedition, naturally, through the Brazilian wilderness. Published in 1914, is one of the finest of his many books. A narrative of extraordinary vividness and scientific precision that becomes an immediate bestseller and firmly establishes the expedition's significance as a contribution to geographical knowledge. He gives lectures. He receives honors from the Brazilian government and from geographical societies in New York and London. But the body that carries him through these events is a body that is visibly tired. And people who knew the earlier Theodore, the one who boxed in the White House basement and went without sleep for days on end and never seemed to run down, noticed the difference. And then, on the 28th of June 1914, in Sarajevo, a young Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip fires 2 shots at an archduke, and the world that Theodore Roosevelt has spent his career navigating begins to come apart. He watches the outbreak of the First World War with the emotions of a man constitutionally unable to watch anything that matters without wanting to intervene. He watches the German violation of Belgian neutrality with the cold fury of someone who understands what it means. Not merely a military maneuver, but a declaration that the treaties and conventions that govern the relations between nations are, for those with sufficient military power, optional. He watches the initial American response, Woodrow Wilson's proclamation of neutrality, his famous statement that America is too proud to fight, with a contempt so thorough that it colors everything he writes and says about Wilson for the remainder of his life. The contempt is not personal, or not only personal. It is philosophical, rooted in Theodore Roosevelt's deepest convictions about what nations are and what they owe one another. He believes, has believed since his reading of Mahan and his years in the Navy Department and his experience of Cuba, that power without responsibility is dangerous, and that responsibility without power is useless, and that the United States, which has both power and responsibility in the world, has an obligation to use the first in service of the second. Neutrality, in the face of Germany's systematic violation of the laws of war, the invasion of Belgium, the unrestricted submarine warfare, the sinking of the Lusitania in May of 1915 with its toll of 1,200 dead, including over 100 Americans, is not, in his view, a principled position. It is a moral failure, dressed in the language of prudence. He campaigns for military preparedness with the same energy he brought to the trust cases and the coal strike, writing articles and delivering speeches and producing a book, America and the World War, that makes his case with legal and historical precision. He attacks Wilson's policies in language that becomes, as the years of neutrality continue, less and less restrained. He is accused of warmongering. He is accused of being personally invested in military adventure, of projecting his own appetites onto the foreign policy of a nation that does not share them. He does not especially deny the personal investment. He simply argues that the personal investment happens, in this case, to correspond exactly to what is right. When the United States finally enters the war in April of 1917, Theodore Roosevelt goes to the White House and asks Woodrow Wilson for permission to raise and lead a volunteer division, a force of experienced fighting men who would go to France immediately, who would demonstrate American seriousness and American willingness to bleed alongside the Allies who have been bleeding for 3 years. He frames it in the language of military utility. The volunteers would be ready, he argues, before the drafted army can be trained. They would be a signal of American commitment that words cannot provide. Wilson declines. The rejection is delivered with the courteous firmness of a man who has thought it through and is not going to reconsider. The regular Army's senior command opposes the scheme on logistical grounds. The draft is a more reliable instrument of military mobilization than volunteer enthusiasm. The presence of a former president in the field creates command complications that the Army does not need. All of this is reasonable. Theodore Roosevelt knows it is reasonable. He hates it with every remaining fiber of his being. His 4 sons go instead. Theodore Jr., Kermit, Archibald, and Quentin. All 4 of them go to France, and their father watches them go with a pride so fierce it is almost indistinguishable from terror. He has always believed that the strenuous life requires the willingness to pay its ultimate price, and he has always been willing, or believed he was willing, to apply that principle to his own blood. His sons will not be kept safe because of who their father is. They will serve where they are sent and do what soldiers do. This is what he has always said, and he means it. And the meaning of it settles into him in the autumn of 1917 with a weight that is heavier than anything the Amazon put on him. Archie is wounded in March of 1918, hit by shrapnel that fractures his arm and knee. He recovers and returns to the front. Ted is gassed and wounded. Kermit, who transferred from the British Army to the American forces, serves in the Mesopotamian campaign and then in France. They are all in it, all 4 of them. And every morning that Theodore Roosevelt wakes at Sagamore Hill and reads the war dispatches, he is reading dispatches from the theater in which his sons are fighting. And the distance between a father's pride and a father's fear has never been so narrow. On the 14th of July, 1918, Bastille Day, Quentin Roosevelt is shot down over German lines near the town of Chamery in the Marne region of France. He is 20 years old. He has been a pilot for a matter of weeks, assigned to the 95th Aero Squadron, flying the Nieuport and then the Spad fighters of the early air war. He has shot down a German aircraft on the 12th of July, his first confirmed kill, achieved 2 days before his own death. And he is flying a patrol on the 14th when he is hit from behind and goes down behind enemy lines. The Germans, who have captured the crash site, identify him from his papers and bury him with military honors, notifying the Americans through the Red Cross of what they have found. The news reaches Sagamore Hill on the 17th of July. Theodore Roosevelt's reaction is observed by those present and recorded in their accounts. And the accounts share a particular quality. They describe a man who receives the news standing up and remains standing and says almost nothing. The private grief is enormous. Those who know him well see it clearly, in the set of his jaw, and the sudden stillness of a man who is never still, and the eyes that do not quite focus on anything in the room for a long moment. But he does not break. He walks out to the garden and sits alone for a time, and then he comes back and sits at his desk and writes to his other sons still in the field, letters that are loving and direct and do not flinch from what has happened, because he has never flinched from what has happened in his life and he will not start now. He writes to a friend shortly after, a single sentence that contains everything. To feel that one has inspired a boy to conduct that has resulted in his death, he says, is a very bitter thing. He writes publicly about Quentin's death with the same controlled anguish, acknowledging the loss without asking for sympathy, framing it in the language of his lifelong conviction that the willingness to sacrifice is the measure of what a person believes, that men who send others to risk death without being willing to offer their own are not worthy of the thing they claim to be defending. All 4 of his sons went, he says. The youngest gave everything. This is what it means to mean it. But something has gone out of him. The observers who see him in the autumn of 1918 agree on this, though they describe it differently. The energy is still present, but it costs him more than it used to. The eyes are still sharp, but they carry something behind the sharpness that was not there before. Not despair, not bitterness exactly, but a kind of weight, a knowledge of what things cost that has always been intellectual and is now, in the deepest possible way, personal. He is 60 years old, in October of 1918. He looks older than that. He is hospitalized at the Roosevelt Hospital in New York in November of 1918, suffering from inflammatory rheumatism, the same condition that has tormented him periodically since the Amazon, now acute enough to require hospitalization. He is in considerable pain, the kind of sustained pain that exhausts the body's defenses and leaves a person more fully alone with themselves than health permits. He is in the hospital when the armistice is signed on the 11th of November, ending the war in Europe. He reads the news from his hospital bed. He is released in time for Christmas, and he comes home to Sagamore Hill, and Edith is there, and the house is there, with its familiar smell of wood smoke, and old books, and the specific quality of silence that belongs to a house built for large gatherings, now somewhat quieter than it used to be. He sits in his bedroom, and he reads. He has always read voraciously, in all conditions, and he dictates articles and letters to his secretary, because the political world is still turning, and he still has things to say about it. He is considering, apparently seriously, a run for the Republican presidential nomination in 1920. The Republican Party, which closed against him in 1912, has been moving back toward him. The progressive impulse he represented has not lost its constituency, and there are men in the party who believe he is their best candidate. He writes a piece for the Kansas City Star, one of his regular columns, on the night of January 5, 1919, and dictates some correspondence, and reads into the evening, and goes to sleep in his own bed at Sagamore Hill with the January wind off the Sound pressing against the windows. James Amos, his valet, looks in on him in the early morning hours of January 6th and finds him breathing strangely. He sends for a doctor. Before the doctor arrives, at 4:15 in the morning, Theodore Roosevelt's breathing stops. He is 60 years old. The Vice President of the United States, Thomas Marshall, receives the news and says the thing that will be quoted in every obituary published in the days that follow. Death had to take him sleeping, Marshall says, for if Roosevelt had been awake there would have been a fight. It is a good line, and it is also, in its essential quality, true. Theodore Roosevelt did not know how to surrender to anything. Not asthma in his childhood bedroom, not grief in the Dakota winter, not fever in the Amazonian jungle, not political defeat, not the loss of a son, not the particular loneliness of a man who has stood at the center of the world's attention and then watched the world move on without him. He fought everything. He wrote about everything. He had opinions about everything, expressed with a force and a frequency that his admirers found exhilarating and his critics found exhausting, and both groups were correct. He is buried at Young's Memorial Cemetery in Oyster Bay on a hillside above the water with a simplicity that would have satisfied him. He had always insisted that whatever was done after he was gone should be done plainly, that the man was not the monument. Edith Roosevelt, who has been the still center of the household that his energy continuously threatened to destabilize, who has managed the finances and the children, and the public presence of a husband who required managing in the way that a force of nature requires management, stands at the grave with the four sons, Ted, Kermit, Archie, and the empty space where Quentin would have been, and the long work of understanding what he was begins. What he was is something that his own century debated, and the following century continued to debate and will go on debating for as long as the Republic exists, because the questions he embodied about the proper role of government in the economy, about America's obligations in the world, about the relationship between strength and justice, between conservation and exploitation, between the individual will and the common good, are not questions that get settled. They recur in new forms in every generation, and they recur in his name because he stated them more vividly, more directly, more memorably than almost anyone who has occupied the office before or since. He was the president who made the government a force in the economy rather than a spectator. He was the conservationist who saved 150 million acres of the American West from private development, who looked at the forests and the canyons and the high plains and understood that their value to the nation was not what could be extracted from them, but what they were. He was the man who built the Panama Canal and mediated the end of the Russo-Japanese War and won the Nobel Peace Prize for it, and who then went into the jungle at 55 with a damaged leg and a river that had no name on any useful map, and nearly died there, and came back and kept going. He was a father who sent his sons to war because he believed in the thing he was asking them to risk dying for, and who spent the rest of his life carrying the cost of that belief in the particular way that a father carries the loss of a child. Not outwardly, not in the vocabulary of grief, but in the altered gravity of everything that comes after, in the slightly different quality of silence when the name is not mentioned, in the photograph on the desk at Sagamore Hill that he would not remove. He was, in some final accounting, the most fully alive person that many of the people who knew him had ever encountered. Alive in the sense of being present, engaged, consuming and giving off energy in equal measure, interested in everything, committed to what he believed with a consistency that made him, by turns, inspiring and impossible, visionary and infuriating, the best possible argument for the strenuous life and occasionally its most demanding illustration. The river that nearly killed him still carries his name through the interior of Brazil, moving through jungle that has not changed much since the expedition passed through it in 1914, green and dense and indifferent and very old. It goes where it always went, north toward the Amazon and the sea. The doubt has been resolved, the course is known, the maps have been corrected. But the river itself remains what it was, vast and dark and alive with things that have no names yet, moving through a world that is still, in all the ways that matter, only partially charted. He would have wanted to go down it again. James Amos, his valet, looks in on him in the early morning hours of January 6, 1919, and finds him breathing strangely. He sends for a doctor. Before the doctor arrives, at 4:15 in the morning, Theodore Roosevelt's breathing stops at his beloved Sagamore Hill. He is 60 years old. Upon hearing the news, Vice President Thomas Marshall remarks with an enduring truth. Death had to take him sleeping, for if Roosevelt had been awake, there would have been a fight. Theodore Roosevelt did not know how to surrender to anything, not to asthma in his childhood bedroom, not to grief in the Dakota winter, not to political bosses' bullet wounds, or a near-fatal tropical fever in the Amazon jungle. He fought everything, wrote about everything, and consumed and gave off energy in equal measure. In the span of his 60 years, he fundamentally reordered the relationship between the American government and checking the power of unchecked capital, transforming the presidency into an active force for the public interest. He looked at the canyons, forests, and high plains of the American West and understood that their true value lay not in what could be extracted from them, but in their permanent integrity as a national inheritance. He projected American influence across the global stage, mediating the end of the Russo-Japanese War to become the first American Nobel Peace Prize laureate, and sending the Great White Fleet around the globe in a magnificent display of confident statesmanship. Even when power left him, his unyielding spirit drove him back into the arena to champion the progressive ideals of a changing nation, and to send his own sons to the front lines of a global war, carrying the cost of his convictions in the deepest chambers of his heart. He was buried at Young's Memorial Cemetery in Oyster Bay, on a hillside above the water, with a simplicity that honored the man over the monument. But the questions he embodied about the role of government in the economy, our obligations to the natural world, and the relationship between strength and justice remain as vital today as they were during his lifetime. The strenuous life he preached was not merely a principle, it was a lived reality. Though the crowded hour has passed, and the boundless spirit is at rest. His footprint remains permanently carved into the landscape and character of the nation he remade. Thank you for listening to Theodore Roosevelt, The Boundless Spirit.